Sure.
Cindy.
Mrs. Joyce?
Here.
Mr. Mara?
Here.
Mrs. Pezza? Here. Mr. Dupuy?
Here.
Mrs. Keeling?
Here.
Mr. Joyce?
Here.
Mrs. Cook?
Here.
Ms. Ferreira?
Here.
Mr. Rizzo?
Here.
Can we rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Student and staff recognition.
Is Miss Marcotte here?
Ms. Hurley?
Couldn't see you. I was getting nervous.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. We're taking a moment to recognize the Pontiac Middle School's production of James and the Giant Peach. This is Pontiac Middle School's 7th musical, directed by Miss Alyssa Hurley, and this year she was assisted by Miss Rachel Scudder. In the fall, the musical was announced, and the call went out for casting and crew. It didn't take long for the students to come together as a tight-knit cast and crew, and by the end of December, the production was underway, with students learning the story and the song and dance numbers that make up this delightfully offbeat adaptation of the classic Roald Dahl adventure, where a boy and his insect friends take an amazing journey across the ocean. By February, the show was ready for the stage. This adventurous musical about courage, self-discovery features a wickedly tuneful score and a witty and charming book. When James is sent by his conniving aunts to chop down their old fruit tree, he discovers a magic potion that grows a tremendous peach, rolls into the ocean, and launches a journey of enormous proportions. James befriends a collection of singing insects that ride the giant piece of fruit across the ocean, facing hunger, sharks, and plenty of disagreements along the way. Bravo to the cast and crew of James and the Giant Peach, and a special thank you to Miss Hurley and Miss Scudder for enhancing our musical arts program at Pontiac Middle School. Are these in the same order? You want me to do that? All right, go with this. Okay. Shemaya Alexander, Catherine Alberg, Olivia Bama, Ayanna Brockman, Nicholas Broder, Mackenzie Karen, Eliana Chandler, Skylar Collette, Brooke Kudamarsh. Oh, Skylar, there she is. Collette, Skylar. Isla Cross, Mila Kniff, Lily Chakowski, Quinn DeCastro. There she is. Ava Delfino, Tegan Devine, Lucy DeSanto, Jovia Dixon, Delilah Errol, Bridget Farina, Eliana Gunaya, Ethan Greathouse, Skylar Green, Liliana Grissom, Sage Hawkins, Hopper Haynes. See Hopper. Annie Haynes, Liliana Hoxie, Madeline Long, Lucy DeSanto. Come on up, Lucy. Raise your hand. Here you go. What'd you get? Okay. Kara Mackey, Olivia McDermott. Oh, Kara's here. Viola Medrano, Olivia Mooney, Kylie Noriega, Orion Pesci, Victoria Reddy, Raina Renzi, Alton Roll, Ford Roll, Savannah Rube, Aaliyah Sackel, Hazel Saylor, Daisy Seddon, Anastasia Sedzik, 'cause she is. Josie Silva, Kyla St. Cyr, Alice Tracy, Sierra Trevino, William Warren, Wyatt Westgate, Miss William Warren. Oh, Warren. There he is. Grafton Williamson and Adelie Zarzigny. Nope, that's it. Congratulations. Thank you all. No, I'm just saying hi. Thank you.
Next up, Division III Regional and State Champions Girls Cheerleading. So is your Laura Allard here? So you want to tell us a little bit about your year?
Oh my goodness, we had a crazy year. So many injuries, everything that could have came our way did. And these girls pushed through. We did not compete the same routine once this season, which if you know anything about competitive cheer, it's a 2-minute and 30-second routine, and it's a lot in those 2 minutes. And they did it. Of just the ones that are here? Or everybody? Okay. Lorelei, Letty. Scarlett Hall. I have Jenna Lowell, Sarah Brown, Sydney Estrella, Emily Rocchio, Reagan Rawcliffe, Eve Dexter, Macy Leone, Francesca Rotundo, Michaela Urig, and Morgan Diener.
Eve Dexter,
She's not here.
Macy, Francesca. And now, boys basketball Division III champions. Is Todd French here? Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Tell us all about it.
How's everybody doing? It was a great year for the first time in 24 years. The men's basketball team won the Division III state championship, so it was a great year. As first-year head coach coming in, especially coming to the school, it was just a great season, and couldn't be more proud of everyone we coached this year, and it was a great year from top to bottom. Thank you.
Congratulations. You brought up the names and I'll give it certificate.
All right, we'll do it now. Jacob Jordan.
Jacob, congratulations.
Max Eden. Brady Miller.
Congratulations.
How do we say that? Revenal. DJ Revenal. Drayden Scott. Patrick Ferns. Gabe Mungin. Jared Donahue. There he is.
Jared, congratulations.
Jackson Donahue. Jackson Tucker. Justin Welch. Jackson Conway. Michael Sarkis.
Congratulations, Mike.
Basil Rockwell. Dalen Benrose. Arthur Rouge.
Congratulations.
Cristiano Fernandez. Ashton Finkelstein. Colin Miller. Jake Amita. There he is. Gavin Scott. Miles Wright. Colin Batista. Michael Field.
Congratulations, Michael.
Ben Reifler. Colton Barentine. Jack St. Pierre.
Congratulations, Jake.
Lucas Densmore. Giovanni Lindono. Max Maz.
Congratulations, Max. Todd French.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll take it.
Congratulations, boys basketball.
Congratulations. I'll do public comment, then we'll move 16 up. Thank you to all of you who came out tonight. We're going to continue with the meeting, and you're welcome to stay. But if you came to receive your award, you're also free to go, so it's completely up to you. We're going to move right on to public comment. Item number 5. Mass exodus. Oh, there's already a sign-up sheet, yeah. That's up to them.
I think Ron's coming.
If they want to come up now, but if they have something to say during the agenda item, I'll let them also. I don't care. All right. Yes, you may. Just hit the mic.
Ron Servasio, Foster. I'm here tonight to discuss finance. It's a category on number something or other. In the community, there's conversations about miscounting, misapplication of finance, different conversations that basically are misappropriation. At this point, I would think this committee would be sick of the things you've been accused of the narrative that took control about the teacher. Having been, I'm 81, having been involved in education for years, a past life, I would say 1 out of 3, 1 out of 5 schools every year or every other year has an incident such. Doesn't make it right, but where there are children, there are pedophiles. And this narrative, this committee needs to get some courage.
Listen, are you speaking about
Finance, I'm going to get there right now, all right? If you don't get in front of these conversations, you're going to have all the nuts that held the last conversation, all right? You need, I'm going to say on the next agenda, put on there a financial audit, bring it up, put it on the agenda, and vote for it. No matter what it costs, you need to get in front of the conversations, okay? You cannot have people accusing this committee even of the way the financial town meeting was handled, right? So have some courage. People are going to say, oh, you're going to spend money. My money. Yes, we are. We're going to spend your money to prove that those people and the people that enable them to stop the conversations about this committee. This school has become a shining school in this area. You have people coming, any parents, I'm going to take what Greg said, any parents that care about their kids in the surrounding schools are sending their kids here, all right? And if you lay off teachers and don't take the extra kids that want to come here to bring in the money that you should have come in to support your programs, this school's going to turn down. It only takes some cowboys and Indians, you know, Gloucester, Foster, the town councils of Gloucester and Foster who look at your financial accomplishments with jealousy, and they'll come out every year. So it's about time you got some courage. You sat at the town financial meeting. I was wondering where you were. To allow people to do to you and accuse you of the things you were accused when the things you've accomplished here is absolutely amazing. And they should be ashamed to downgrade your efforts. Thank you.
Do we have a sign-in sheet?
Chippendale can also speak when it comes up on the agenda.
Is this the appropriate time?
Yes.
Yes, okay,
And
thank you.
Mr. Chippendale, you are able to speak again when it comes up as an agenda item.
Either one, whichever, or both.
I'll proceed now if that's okay with the committee. Thank you very much. I'm Michael Chippendale from Foster. These are prepared comments that I'm going to be reading, which I don't hardly ever do. But for fear of the passion on this issue, I felt it's best that I prepare notes. I have, for 16 years, represented the towns of Foster and Gloucester in the House of Representatives. I have intentionally stayed out of local politics. You don't see me speaking to you. You never have. You don't see me at town council meetings unless I'm invited and there's a reason, or unless there's a vote and I have a civic duty to engage in that vote. I have always believed that local bodies should have that authority and not have people on the state meddling. Just like I don't want Congress meddling in my state affairs, you don't want me meddling in yours. Unfortunately, that changes tonight. And to Ron, Mayor Servazio's comments, I am not making any accusations. I'm here as your state representative for the past 16 years, and also as a parent whose children went through this district, and as someone who has stayed quiet for far too long about a problem apparently that has not gone away. The people of this community recently went through a difficult, contentious debate over the school budget, and voters made a decision. We may agree with that decision, we may not. Teachers may agree with it, they may not. Administrators may agree with it, they may not. But that's democracy, and God bless America for that. But what's not acceptable, what is completely inappropriate, unethical, and immoral, is for adults in positions of authority to use children as political pawns because they're unhappy with the outcome of a budget vote. To put children in a position where they have to emotionally choose between their favorite teacher and their parents. I started hearing reports, you know, your parents voted to fire me. I heard students were becoming upset and crying, going to guidance, asked to sign petitions, being placed in the middle of a political and labor dispute that they have no ability to understand, no responsibility for, and no power to resolve. But we see crazy stuff like this all the time on the internet, don't we? And it's usually just crazy stuff. Then I got a phone call in my office. It was a parent expressing great concern over what their child had reported to them. And that had my attention. I had a meaningful and thorough conversation with the parent. A parent, by the way, who is not a political person, who intentionally avoids politics, but for their civic duty in the poll booth. And they told me some things that I found rather upsetting. They agreed to let me speak with their child. And I listened. I didn't ask questions and I didn't coerce, I just heard the story. They were the first, because after that, I heard from another child, another student, and then I heard from a couple of other parents. And there was a theme. There was a theme that children were being, in fact, pressured. In their young minds, it was perceived that way. And as we know, perception is reality. They felt pressured by teachers over them being fired. They were asked to sign petitions. I'm certain there's a lot more and a lot of other people who may or may not have stories they will or will not share, but they exist. I feel fairly confident that this stuff did occur, but I am not going to conclude here. It would be completely inappropriate for me to do that. It's up to you. That's your job. But I need you to listen to me very closely. That is not education. That is not advocacy. That is not civic engagement. That is emotional manipulation of children for pecuniary gain by alleged professionals, and it is sowing the seeds of division between students and their own parents. And we won't allow that. It's one thing for teachers to advocate for themselves as adults. They have every right to do that, and I support their right. They can speak at meetings, they can write letters, they can organize, they can petition, they can make their case to the public, but they do not have the right to take the trust that parents place in them, the authority that they have in the classroom, and the emotional vulnerability of children, and weaponize those students against their own parents and their own community. A classroom is not a campaign office. A teacher's desk is not a political podium. A child is not a bargaining chip. And students should never be made to feel that their parents are responsible for destroying the life of an adult standing before them. This is especially personal to me. And Superintendent Palazzo, you may recall this when you were Principal Palazzo. And I chose to ask you and the vice principal and the teacher to meet with me, and you did. And it was because my daughter, a young AP student in an AP class on the first day of school, the teacher did not even state their name. They went onto the whiteboard and wrote a date and then turned to the class and said, "Do you know what that date is? That's the date I now have to work until because the General Assembly stole my pension." When the daughter of an assemblyman was sitting in that classroom humiliated by that teacher's completely inappropriate behavior. But we dealt with it as professionals behind closed doors because I felt that that was appropriate. I hope that would have been the end of it. And then my son, much younger, he was 12. He was at PMS. And a teacher put it together that his name was Chippendale. Evidently, that's not a very common name. And he said, "Your dad's that Republican. Tell him the last good Republican was Abraham Lincoln." That was in the past 14 years. And now, children are signing petitions on behalf of teachers who are telling them their parents voted to fire them. Wow. I stayed quiet back then. Superintendent, I tried to do it the right way. But it's abundantly clear that I should not have. I should have made an issue then. I told myself my children were strong enough. I told myself it was better not to make it worse for them in school. I told myself I should not use my position to interfere in a local school issue. But now, years later, I learned that students are still being pulled into adult political fights, and that tells me this is not an isolated lapse of judgment. This is a cultural problem. And I clearly made a tremendous error in judgment by trusting the administration when they told me and assured me this behavior would end 14 years ago. You all have the ethical, moral, and yes, legal responsibility to make it unmistakably clear that students are not to be used to advance labor interests, budget agendas, political narratives, or personal grievances. If staff members are telling students their parents voted to fire them, that needs to be investigated. If students are being encouraged to circulate petitions to protect adult jobs, that needs to be addressed. If children are being made anxious, guilty, or emotionally distressed because adults are upset about a budget vote, that needs to stop immediately. The adults in this room can fight about budgets. We can fight about anything, about staffing, about the budgets, the priorities, but leave the kids out of it. Parents send their children to you to learn math, science, reading, writing, history, civics, music, art, discipline, responsibility, and respect. They do not send them to you to be emotionally conscripted into a political pressure campaign. And let me be very clear. It's not about whether someone supports or opposes the budget. It's not about whether teachers are valued. Of course teachers are valued. We are blessed with some of the greatest teachers in the state here in Poneganyset. Good teachers change lives. But respect that teachers deserve is reciprocal. Because the parents deserve respect, the students deserve respect, the taxpayers deserve respect, and the voters deserve respects. And students deserve to be protected from adults who would use their fear, confusion, and affection for teachers as political leverage. This is 200 RICR from the Rhode Island Department of Education, 20-20-1.3, the Rhode Island Professional Educator Standards. 1.3.4, Rhode Island Code of Professional Responsibility. Rhode Island educators' first commitment is to ensure that all students achieve at the highest levels needed to lead fulfilling and productive lives to succeed in academic and employment settings and to contribute to society. And thankfully, you do that. Number 2, Rhode Island educators shall. That's not a suggestion. That's a legal term. Shall, A, respect the inherent dignity and worth of each student. Because we're in a school, I'm going to stick with the theme, and I'm going to give you an F. Because a student is not a political instrument, a bargaining chip, or a messenger to be sent home to pressure parents and voters. When a teacher tells a child that their parents voted to fire me, that child is being made to carry adult guilt, adult fear, and adult responsibility for a decision that they did not make and cannot control. That does not honor the student's dignity. It exploits the student's trust, innocence, and emotional attachment to the teacher in order to advance an adult employment and budget dispute. B, to act upon the belief that all students can learn, and we thankfully get an A+. C, establish high expectations and provide instructions that challenge all students. I'm sorry, you're getting an F, because telling a student your parents voted to fire me places guilt, anxiety, and responsibility on a child for an adult budget dispute. That does not respect the child's dignity. It exploits the child's emotional attachment to the teacher. D, recognize the difference among students and provide the appropriate educational supports and instructional differentiation responsive to individual needs. And God bless you all. You get an A+. We openly and loudly choose to include in this region, and that's one of the greatest assets that we have. To address the uniqueness, E, to address the uniqueness of each student and endeavor to maximize learning through personalization of the educational experience. Again, an A. F, to promote the right and responsibility of students to explore ideas, to develop skills, and to acquire knowledge necessary to be contributing members of society. I'm sorry, but you have to get an F on that, because students should absolutely learn about budgets, political decision-making, civic disagreement, and the consequences of elections, but that instruction must be honest, balanced, age-appropriate, and educational. What's being described here is not civic education, it is civic coercion. G, to endeavor to present facts and provide access to all points of view without deliberate distortion, bias, or personal prejudice. I don't have to elaborate on that any further than I have already, but you get an F on that as well. H, to assure that the classrooms are environments characterized by respect for and equal opportunity for all students, regardless of race, ethnicity, national origin, language, gender, religion, economic status, disability, or sexual orientation. And God bless you all, we get an A+ in that as well. To promote the development of character and civic responsibility in their students. You get an F on that one, and I'm not going to read the elaboration. You maintain the confidentiality, J, of student information. You do that well. K, to maintain a professional relationship with students at all times, both in and outside the classroom, and I think you can predict what my grade would be on that. I hope that you know that I am not a complainer. You've never seen me before you. But this is something that I think is patently unfair to the students. I don't like some of the decisions that came out of the budget. I don't like some of the things that happened during that whole endeavor. It put you all in a very difficult position, and it put our towns in a very difficult position because of the delay in your budget. We had to take extra steps in our town's budgets because of this. But it was democracy that decided that, and we need to honor that. And what I've stated here tonight, I am asking you to take very seriously to do the investigation that I can't and don't really have any business doing, but listen to people, hear them, and understand what their children went through, and understand the impact that that can have on a young mind who is here to learn, not be manipulated. That code of ethics has been violated. I don't have standing, nor do I have any intent or desire to make an issue of it with RIDE, but someone could. They can file a complaint. It's that simple. I don't want that. It costs us all money as taxpayers when these things happen, because suits end up coming on, and then things get dragged out, and then once again, we all have to read this crap in the paper and look at it as a reflection that really isn't true to who we are here. None of us enjoyed the last several months of the news stories and anything else. None of us did. We don't need it anymore. Please take this to heart. And that will conclude my comments.
you. Do you have their names?
Hello. I would like to start this by saying that none of us are here under outside pressures. We all chose to be here, and we did not have anything pushed upon us. Hello. My name is Anna LaFontaine, a student at Pontiganset High School, currently finishing my junior year. Being a 3-season athlete involved in volleyball, rugby, as well as both indoor and outdoor track, I stay very engaged in the Pontiganset community. I take part in Mathletes, student council, peer mentoring, as well as a rigorous course load. Recently, I've been informed of our school's budget cut, and I'm aware that necessary changes need to be made. I'm writing specifically in regards to Mr. Roberts. I'd like to share my story and put in a good word on his behalf. Upon Mr. Roberts' arrival earlier this year, he very quickly became impactful to so many students here at Pontiganset High School. I'm enrolled in health and fitness, which is the pathway class that Mr. Roberts teaches. He comes to class every day excited to teach. Each lesson plan is well thought out and prepared. He changed my view on not only gym class, but life as well. Because of his interest and engagement with students, I look forward to each class. He's taught us such invaluable lessons. For example, how to lift weights in the gym, implementing skills and training plans so that we can be successful much beyond high school. Mr. Roberts' unrelenting care for his students has affected me so greatly. He has shown me the importance of acting with others in mind and inspired me to become a role model just like himself. He is someone who will truly care for you as a person rather than just a student or a grade. Consistently, Mr. Roberts makes an effort to have conversations with all of his students, not just about school, but about their interests as well. Mr. Roberts puts everything into his career here at Pontiganset High School. I've had amazing teachers throughout my time, but Mr. Roberts has impacted me in ways unmatched. I also want to talk about the impact Mr. Roberts has had on me in my sport. When coming to Pontiganset High School, Mr. Roberts became the jumpers coach on the track team. He's one of the most committed coaches that I've encountered. Mr. Roberts makes workout plans, shares them with his athletes, keeps everyone updated, and puts so much effort into coaching. At practice, he teaches us about different bones and muscles in our bodies and why it is so crucial to be training in certain ways to prevent injury. He teaches us the how and why, rather than just ordering us what to do. Nearly every day, Mr. Roberts and his athletes stay late at practice, not because they have to, but because they want to. He makes practice enjoyable and something that students look forward to. Mr. Roberts is truly indispensable. When I was having a tough time mentally with my sport, he took the time to talk with me to help me feel more confident in my abilities. This has changed my career in track. So many athletes deal with mental health in sports that goes unnoticed, but Mr. Roberts helped me through any negative feelings that I had. Starting Monday afternoon, Eli and I began to collect signatures of students throughout Pontiganset's student body who wanted to show their support for their teachers. And I want to preface that these signatures were only about support. That is all. Support for the teachers. In the span of 4 days, we collected 215 signatures. Every single person that we asked wanted to sign this paper. Us here tonight, along with all of the other advocates, want to show our support and speak well on behalf of the teachers that we have been so lucky to have throughout our high school careers. I truly hope that there's a way to overcome this extremely unfortunate situation and find a way to continue Mr. Roberts' career here at Pontiganset. He means so much to me and many others as a mentor, teacher, and coach. Thank you. And also, these are just the list of all the signatures, and it says at the top, student voices in support of Mr. Roberts' career at Pontiganset High School. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eli Kugler. I'm here not to talk about the budget or other matters that we do not understand. We're only here to show support for our many teachers. I'm a student at Pontiganset High School, and I'm reaching out in regards to a teacher that's important to me. Specifically, Mr. Roberts. We have seen a significant impact since the addition of him and many other teachers at Pontigansett, making this school a better place for students and faculty. Mr. Roberts has shown extreme dedication to teaching and making connections with his students. When it comes to his students, he goes in above and beyond in making connections, knowing everyone's name, and always including everyone. Mr. Roberts also makes the effort to do activities alongside his students. He motivates them and helps them through things that might not be their favorite. When students walk in and see Mr. Roberts with a smile on his face, they end up smiling and laughing too. He is a teacher who teaches his students to love learning, and I'm not the only one who believes this. Over the past few days, like Anna said, we have been collecting signatures, not to petition against any decisions, not to change people's minds, but to show support for Mr. Roberts. When getting these signatures, countless people enthusiastically signed up, upset that this was happening, but not against the decisions of the community, but against the just in hope that he would stay. No student wants to see one of their favorite teachers be let go of. Although we understand this decision, it's not a petition against anything. I believe that in the short time here, he has made a large impact, and many of the students wanted to support him. It was not my intent to make any students upset or to blame parents. And we are acting alone on this. No teacher has had any impact on our decision to come here or to create this petition. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paxton Allen, and I am a senior here at Pontigansett. I have been in district from kindergarten until now, and throughout the years, I have had several opportunities that many students in other districts do not. I know that this district is very community-oriented in a way that most others can't be, as we are not a very large one, and yet the teachers, faculty, and everybody that is a part of this community at every level are more than qualified and often engage with students on a deeper level. Because of this, myself and several others have decided to come and voice our opinions on the matters. I am a student athlete, and I have been involved in sports in this district since 6th grade. I began competing in track and field in 7th grade, and I became a hurdler. And over the years, I managed to improve, and now I'm able to compete at the collegiate level. I'm going to Bates College, which has a 13% acceptance rate, and without track, I would have had no chance at making it to this school. For most of my high school career, I had to figure it out on my own. And while I made do for the most part, had there been a dedicated hurdles coach, I believe that I would have been able to improve much more. Mr. Roberts is a physical education teacher here at Pontigansett, and he brings out more from his students than any other, as he not only pushes them to try harder through his words, but also in his actions. He will often join the students and make the class more fun because of it. Along with this, he is the jumps coach for our track team and has been a massive help, as before, the high jump, long jump, triple jump, and pole vaulters had to do it on their own and were limited as they needed someone to watch them and give them pointers. And again, they made do, but in the 2 seasons that he has been here as a coach, Mr. Roberts has grown the team and significantly improved it. He is able to see things that most others wouldn't be able to, and is able to give pointers for these athletes. With his help, Amber Shaw is now the indoor and outdoor state record holder and was the indoor state champion in the pole vault. He is an asset in both the classroom and on the track, and with him on the track, I know that there will be more and more athletes who make it to college because of his coaching. Another concern I have is that many teachers are close to retiring. And while I understand that they have seniority and should not be cut, I feel that by the time they do end up retiring and we are in need of replacement teachers, the teachers that have been laid off will have had to have found jobs elsewhere in order to support themselves. And with this, we will not only be losing teachers, but the next generation of teachers that have already proven, at least in my experiences, to be more than qualified in each of their positions. And I believe that we should be keeping them around as well so that they will be able to teach the students in a way that keeps them engaged and motivated to learn. Many of our qualities that make our school unique and a place that students from other districts want to come to are changing. And while I understand why, we have a very strong athletic program and academic program that can compete with larger schools. And I feel that instead of cutting, we should be providing for the ones that get us all this attention. And most of all, the students that will undoubtedly be affected by these cuts because many of their favorite teachers and sports that they love and that makes school something to look forward to will be gone. Thank you for your time.
I just want to, oh, you're going to speak? I wasn't sure. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cadence, and I am a senior here at Ponegantset. And I would first like to say I am an adult. I am 18 years old. Not a single person here or any teacher at this school has ever once made me feel pressured to sign anything, has ever once made me feel pressured to come to a meeting. I am here on my own free will, and I signed that petition on my own free will. Now, budget cuts are a part of everyday schooling and everyday society, but the programs and the teachers here are really, really important. People like Mr. Roberts, who make class fun and are always here with a smile on their face, make me want to come to class. I'm not an athletic person. I don't like gym class, but every single day this year, Mr. Roberts has made me want to show up. I am a part of the CTE Visual Arts program, and I know that budget cuts first come from those programs. If you don't know me, I am a face of many programs here. I am a part of things like Skills USA. I'm a part of the Visual Arts program. I'm a part of musical theater. And these are all things that get cut through our budget programs. And I understand that as a community that those are things that we have to do, but these programs make us who we are. These are the reason I got into college. This is the reason I know who I am. And the fact that we as a community are saying that students are should be blissfully unaware of what is happening in the community, as someone who is an 18-year-old student, or people who are almost freshly 18 years old who are going to have to vote anyway, is redundant and ignorant. To sit here and say that we as students should not understand the voting policy from our school is ignorant. We are sitting here and saying that students should not be aware of what is happening in our district when we are actively affected by these changes. For you to sit here, or anybody to stand here and say those things about us, about our teachers, about our students, is honestly baffling. Not one teacher has ever told us outright that they want us to come here, stand here in front of you, and state our opinion. We do that of our own free will. And unless anybody here wants to change free will, then that's just how it's going to have to be. I hope that every single one of you sits here and understands that these budget cuts actively affect our student body. They actively affect our teachers, and they actively affect how we run our schooling. Thank you.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118,
That's actually really hard to follow. My name's Liliana. I wrote a speech earlier, and now I'm a bit nervous, but I'm going to give it my best go. I've been in the Foster-Glocester schooling system since first grade. I've gone to Fogarty Elementary School, Pontiac Middle School, and obviously Pontiac High School. And in each one of these schools, the teachers have made such a big impact on myself and so many other people. Although I've only been in Pontiac High School for 2 years, I can confidently say I've made more connections with my teachers here than I ever have. I don't know much about the budget or how that system even works, but I do know what being a student at Pontiac High School is like. Most students that attend this school spend 6 hours and 27 minutes, Monday through Friday, in this building. That's 32 hours and 15 minutes a week. When it's written out, it seems like a long time, but it really does go by fast because our teachers make it so enjoyable. Every morning on my bus ride to school, I look out the window and I see Mr. Roberts running to school. He runs every morning because he wants to stay active and set a good example for his students. Every white day when I'm on my way to Miss Bender's first period pre-AP Algebra 2 class, I always see Mr. Collins grinning ear to ear, cracking jokes. These little things make my day, and no matter where I am in the building, no matter what time of day, I always feel the love and high energy our school has because of our teachers. When I've had a rough day and I'm at my lowest, I know that every single one of these teachers will always pick me up. All the teachers in this school make our slogan, "Choose to Include, Come to Life." Pontiac High School is not the same without every single one of these teachers. When you take away a teacher from this building, you are taking away connection and a resource from one or more students. You are taking away possibly the only teacher a student feels like they can talk to, and for some, you might be taking away all the teachers that they rely on. This high school is a community, and it is a family, and I will not stand to lose any members of this family. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Milo Pesci, and I'm a senior here at Pontiac High School. I'm an in-district student, and I was born and raised in Gloucester, Rhode Island. I attended Fogarty Memorial Elementary, the middle school, and the high school. I'm coming here as a legal adult who was at those budget meetings, and I understand very well that the budget was cut, and clearly those cuts need to come from somewhere. But I just wanted to come here and express my support for the teachers that are here and that may be cut. I wanted to talk about Mr. Roberts. I'm not an athletic person. I'm in arts, I'm in theater. I'm a very academic-focused student, so gym has not always been my strong suit. It was, in fact, the only B I got my freshman year. But I show up to class every day, and Mr. Roberts is there with a smile on his face, ready to ask me how my day is, and get me excited about what we're doing today, even if I'm not necessarily excited. But he always makes sure that I'm having fun by the end of class. And I feel like my gym experience wouldn't be the same without him. I show up to that class every day because I know that he's there, and I know that he's excited about what he teaches, and that he's extremely passionate. And I want to make him proud with my activities in that class. I also wanted to talk about Mr. Collins, who is also here tonight. I had Mr. Collins' class last year in my junior year of high school for my Algebra 2 class. It was his first year in the school and his first time ever teaching an Algebra 2 class. And he was one of the most helpful teachers I've ever had. I'm not bad at math. I'm actually pretty good at math, and I got straight A's in his class. And I wouldn't like to say that that's all thanks to me, but it's definitely a lot thanks to Mr. Collins. He also very much encouraged me to help out the other students in that class, which I never would have done previously. I was a very shy kid coming into this high school, and the teachers here have really brought me out of my shell. And I really wanted to say thank you to all of the teachers that are here. I also would like to take a moment to talk about the music program and the theater program. I've always admired the people in the theater program and the music program, and I was a big part of it this year as a chorus student and as a member of the theater. Last year, I was also a part of the Grease cast, and theater has given me a lot of opportunities that I would have not had otherwise. I was able to be a part of the Ocean State Star Awards last year and was able to perform at PPAC. And I would have never had that opportunity had our theater program not existed. And I was not able to attend that this year because we did not have enough budget for a show that was able to be nominated into that program. I really don't want to leave this school without making an impact. And I feel that if I did not come up here and speak my mind about how much these programs and these teachers have improved my life, that I wouldn't be making an impact here. And I would like to ensure that the people I'm leaving behind and the student body that I'm leaving behind that I deeply care about and will be ultimately affected by these budget cuts, I need to speak about how these programs and these teachers need to stay here and need to continue to influence these students' lives. Thank you.
Hi, Heidi Andrews, Gloucester, Rhode Island. I don't know if I have to say that here or not. First of all, I did want to just applaud all these kids that did come up here and talk, because obviously that takes a ton of bravery that I don't usually have to come up here and speak. But one question that I do have, I do genuinely believe that they came here on their own accord. I do believe that. But how do they know which teachers are up for cuts? How do they know these names? Because I heard it in my own household. And again, my child had only rave reviews for the teachers that were mentioned. And I know that they have made a big impact on my child as well, which is why I assume it came back to me as well, that they were told that a teacher specifically told them that they were being cut because of budget cuts. So my only thing is, yes, I believe they came on their own accord, but I do think it is an example of there is some level of influence being put on them, and then we see that in more negative areas, like we had with the incident in the fall, where children are groomed and all these other things. They don't realize it, and then they come up here and whatever. I do respect everything they said. They had amazing points, and yes, a lot of them are adults, so they have every right to be here. They are voters. But my only question is, how do they know which teachers? They gave very specific names. They mentioned Mr. Roberts. They mentioned Mr. Collins. I've heard some other names myself, but they mentioned those specifically right now. How do they know those names? That's all.
So I just want to jump in. I'm glad Heidi was able to illuminate the bravery and the courage that the students just embodied coming up here. I think if we could hear from more students more often about some of the decisions that we're making up here, I think it would be an amazing addition to these meetings. So I would say to those people who feel that, motivated about this and about change, to keep doing that. I'm hearing you guys talk about, the importance of I feel like movement and being physical and being happy, and I think sometimes we're limited with opportunities for that in school based on some of the limitations that are put on us as people who make decisions, such as you have gym once a calendar year. You don't necessarily get the opportunity to move your body, and there is a huge impact on mental health with that, right? So I'm hearing a lot about that, and I think if you could make a bigger impact, it would be to use those voices and talk about how the need for this on a daily basis in the school. But given the fact, I also just want to add to, in thinking about what was said by Mike Chippendale, thank you for your commentary as well, because there are, we do have to be mindful of boundaries, right? And I think when we talk about a culture, there is information. Some of this information, could be temporary. Things change. Lots of things change, and to have a big emotional impact. That when something is temporary sometimes isn't even necessary, right? So we kind of have to be patient and let the cards fall as they fall, because that's kind of typically the routine that we go through. So I just wanted to make a few statements and hope that they land well with everyone. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jennifer Spaziano. And thank you to all the students who spoke tonight so passionately about their concerns, and thank you for acknowledging them. I think we have a problem not just because of the cuts. Cuts happen, right? The issue is that we're hearing two very different messages from administration and from school committee. And so that, I'm hoping tonight during your agenda, you can speak to that and throw it out there, wrestle with this perception problem, or maybe you're really not on the same page. Because what we hear from school committee is that the budget cut or gap can be bridged without cutting student programs. That means theater, that means having a musical theater program next year, having a play. That's what that means. And what we're hearing, the teachers from administration, is that they've been told to make cuts to those things or be ready to make cuts to those things. And then that gets turned around and told to parents. And so that's why we're all here tonight, because we want to see the administration and the committee get on the same page and be real with us so we're not wasting our time either. We don't want to waste your time, and I'm sure you don't want to waste ours. So please, tell us how you plan to bridge this gap, and we can then give our opinion on that. But it's really hard to give an opinion when we don't even know what your plan is. But what we're hearing from teachers is that you do plan to cut student programs that are critical to our kids, their growth and their development. So thank you.
Yes, I do have a few things. Pat Henry. First thing I want to say is that I believe in public comment, and I believe that all people should be able to question a sitting body and administration. In my mind, asking questions is healthy. Having said that, I have a few questions to ask, and they speak to number 10 on your agenda. So under finance, I have a question as to, are you still using an outside service of any kind? I think I'd asked that question. I wish I could pull it back out of my memory bank. But I think I asked a question regarding the services of Mary King. So maybe you can enlighten me regarding where that's at, please.
Can we wait till that agenda item? We'll address.
Well,
yeah.
you
we'll
can
address
if
that.
you'll allow me to respond.
Yeah,
then.
you can come back
Okay.
up.
So that's my first point. So we'll come back to it. My second point, and again, I believe it speaks to number 10, and it's about counting homeschooling kids in the final budget. Can you tell me how that's happening? Because my perception of what's going on might be wrong. So I would like some clarification about homeschool kids. Are they being counted in that count that then goes to state aid and eventually comes to our distribution of what the towns get charged? Because I know before this current administration of Dr. Palazzo and Ann Goudreau, I believe under the Almond Barnes administration, homeschool kids were not counted in that, and I believe that through RIDE, they are not to be counted in that number. And if they're currently being counted in that number, it's a huge amount of money. And lastly, does the school committee believe, where does the budget sit? Does the budget belong to the school committee, or does the budget belong to the superintendent? That's an easy question. Somebody want to answer it? I asked it. Thank you. Okay. So I'll go further. Did the whole school committee have a meeting since we had the town referendum where we voted to change the budget. So this is your first meeting since then. So if the school committee owns the budget, who authorized the bills to be sent to the towns? Because you guys need to do that, and that didn't happen. Correct? Aaron, Mr. Dupuis, can you speak to that?
We did not have a meeting, and I don't know where those bills, because I know for a fact that we, as a full school committee, did not have a special meeting for that.
You didn't have a meeting to authorize that the bills that Foster and Gloucester got to put into their budget, the actual bill from the region. So, you know, just somebody made the decision, but didn't ask the school committee to vote on that. Thank you.
Any other public comment? I'm going to quickly move number 16 up because we have someone here. Do you see him?
Yeah.
Oh, her.
And Brad,
Oh,
yeah.
hi.
And Becky.
Sorry. Okay, so item 16, interdistrict agreement for special education services. Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right. I'm sorry. I know that previous students just spoke, but I wanted to give my share, and I know that it kind of took a bit of time, so I won't overstretch it. I do not have a speech, but I am speaking from my heart right now. I am a junior here at Pontiganset High School, and I'm aware that a lot of the talk from students was about Mr. Roberts, but I would like to say my share about him. He has changed my life incredibly for the better. I am one of those students that enjoys PE, but he made me enjoy it a lot more than I didn't think I could. And the fact that every single day I could walk into PE class and just enjoy it and look forward to him hyping us up, remembering everyone's name, saying hi, how are you to each individual person, giving a fist bump, just making sure everyone is okay, and just making sure that everyone has a nice well-being. That just always brightens my day. I can always look forward to that. And I would also like to say that he is currently helping me, or agreed to help me, I brought up a passion of mine to him, and he willingly offered to help me encourage that. There is currently no dance club or any sort of program here for dance. There's cheerleading, there's no dance. I have been a dancer for 12 plus years outside of school because there is no dance team, there's no dance anything. And I brought up my passion for that to him, and he willingly showed his excitement for that. He is not a dancer, and he has told me that, but he is so passionate for my passion, and he is willing to be committed to that. He is willing to help share that across the student body to make sure that others who also feel a passion for that can also enjoy it and feel like that they are welcome and just be happy amongst their peers. So I just wanted to say that he is helping me and has helped me further explore my passion, and I am very grateful for him. He has made my life so much happier. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want them to come up to the mic? Do they have?
No, I just am going to share, and then if you have
Okay.
some questions.
Okay, so number 16 is the interdistrict agreement with special ed, and the reason that we had asked for it to be moved up is the acting assistant superintendent, soon to be named superintendent, starting July 1. Linda Savastano is here, as well as Brad Wilson, our director of special ed, and Becky is here, Becky Iannicelli. She is your LEA coordinator for Foster-Glocester and Gloucester. And so if you remember back in December, you had agreed to withdraw from Northwest Special Ed Collaborative because it was dissolving. Foster had withdrawn, Situate was unsure, superintendent was on a leave of absence. So my ask was for you to agree to the withdrawal, but give me the opportunity to work and see if the new superintendent, if we could work together and preserve some of the services, resources, and so that our students could continue to be served and their service providers would stay the same. So we worked, we had many, many meetings, sometimes Linda and I, sometimes Linda and Brad, sometimes the three of us. Becky was included as well. And what we did was we came up with an inter-district agreement for 1 year, which captures what we've been doing, what we'd like to continue doing, and it gives us the year to really fine-tune so that the services can be identified, I think, more concretely. We recognize that we need these services, but none of the 3 districts can do it alone. So this is an opportunity as we talk about rural communities. Pat had mentioned that at the Gloucester meeting. This is a great opportunity to share services. We had been sharing services. Now we're just putting it into memorialize it so we can continue with that. And so what we did was, and Dave Carnival has it's on the Promethean board behind you. You all don't have to look if you don't want to. But what we did was we looked at really, our purpose obviously was easy for us to identify, but then we looked more at the structure. And so there are some higher level admin positions that we would share based on our enrollment, and we also discussed a hybrid model. There are some of the positions that we might share based on full enrollment, and some of the positions that are more service time we might share that way. So my ask is that you approve this inter-district agreement for us to just, pending the final review, for us to fine-tune it. Attorney Picciarelli has looked at it. Situate's attorney has looked at it as well. In fact, Situate School Committee agreed, signed off on it Tuesday night, and the Gloucester School Committee agreed to it at the previous meeting. I think the important thing that you'd want to understand is right there what Dave has up, is that the administrative positions are the ones that we will really share across all 3 districts, which is the Director of Special Ed, our Financial Aid Medicaid Coordinator, the Census Clerk, and the Regional Behavior Analyst. We currently share those, but now it will be the 3 districts instead of really the 4 districts. And then we looked at the services that would be more LEA specific, then we will do our own services. The important part is, if you remember right now, Foster-Glocester is the fiscal agent for all of Northwest Special Ed. We took that on this year. So what we agreed was that Foster-Glocester will stay as the fiscal agent for the higher admin positions. Situate is willing to be the fiscal agent for early childhood. We don't have early childhood here, so Linda is going to take that service away from us. Thank you for that. But the important thing is that what we're recognizing is that, especially in the time of budget constraints and budget cuts, we are really trying to be very aware of what works, put it down on paper, but give us the flexibility to move a little faster when we're ready and then pull back a little bit more if we're not. I will say that I appreciate the work that Linda and I have done together. I think we stepped into a tricky situation, and with Brad's guidance and Becky on for Foster-Gloucester and Gloucester, I really feel like we have designed something that will enable us to move forward for the families, for the students, and then really preserve the staff. And Linda is sitting right here in the front. I don't know if you, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add, Linda, because you were, I appreciate your guidance with this as well. In drafting the language, I look forward to our continued work together. I really do.
I don't really have anything to add. That was quite perfect. I do want to just thank you all, and I'm honored to be here. And I want to thank the superintendent for her partnership. These are our most vulnerable students. This is essential for us. And to be able to be efficient, to partner and be able to take the best of all that we all do together, and then be able to do amazing work for students, there's nothing better. And it's why we do what we do every day. So I'm grateful for your partnership at the table, and I'm excited for the future, because it's really, we can even do more together.
Yes.
And thank you for having me tonight.
Thank you. Brad? Oh, yeah, thank you, Linda.
I just want to thank you both because it's been a year and a half of my staff and myself not knowing. Again, a year and a half ago, we found out that Northwest was just kind of a made-up name that somebody had done years and years ago. There was no bylaws, nothing really to it. And this has been a very, uneasy year and a half, but hopefully, after tonight, I think a lot of people can sleep better. And I just need to thank you both and, again, thank the school committee.
Thank you, Brad. Do I have a motion?
I just wanted to say that I'm very relieved of this. I was very nervous when we were pulling out of the Northwest, knowing that these are our most vulnerable children, like you had stated. And I'm just grateful that you all put in the work to make this continue, because obviously we know that turnover in these positions is not the best for the students. So I'm grateful that we didn't have to try and piece together something new. And it also seems pretty hopeful that this is the starting point, but doesn't have to be necessarily where things could grow and change as a result. So thank you all for putting in the work. And I'll make a motion to approve the interdistrict agreement for special education services.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you so much. We're going to jump back to number 6, open and executive session meetings.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to
Minutes.
approve the minutes of the open meeting on April 7th, 2026.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the minutes of the executive session meeting on April 7th, 2026.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Number 7, Regional Financial Town Meeting Minutes, March 24th, 2026, and April 14th, 2026 are in your packet under number 7.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the financial town.
They don't need to be approved.
Oh. There doesn't need to be a motion for it
No.
to be approved?
It was just it was the financial
It
meeting.
wasn't a school committee meeting. It was a regional financial meeting. The clerk prepares the minutes and files them.
Well, the minutes are inaccurate. The minutes are inaccurate, though, so we should be voting on them.
We can't amend or anything like that?
There's, well, then that doesn't seem, oh, this is gonna ring. That doesn't seem right, because
What? Okay, why are the minutes inaccurate?
because in the minutes, they include the water bond in my motion, and it was not.
Okay.
And that was recognized in the letter to the Auditor General,
Mhm.
and it was recognized on the motion that was put on the screen that I have a screenshot of. So I just want, if they're gonna be recorded, because what's the purpose of the minutes? The purpose of the minutes is to be recorded.
Right.
Whether we're voting on them or not. So they need to be amended.
Okay.
Because they're wrong, please.
I also have something written from you that says,
But that's not what was on the screen, though. That's not what I said.
no,
Just-
but I have something that you did say that says, we do our research. I would never have made a motion to reduce local appropriations if we were not able to. They clearly had the $150K water bond in the maintenance of effort and in our local appropriations. How can she ignore the will of the taxpayers and the voters?
Yeah, how can you?
Shelley Pezza.
Yeah, I'm not denying it, but that wasn't in my motion, Cindy. We're not going back.
Okay, that's
Do you want
fine.
to pull things you say on Facebook too? That's fine, but we're talking about the motion. We're not talking about minutes of anything else. We're talking about the motion.
Just a minute. Dave?
I have the screenshot of what was on the screen.
That's great. Let's listen to your motion that would be played in court should you want to go that route, Shelley. Let's listen.
But can I
No,
speak? No, let me speak.
You
But
may not
what was-
speak. Point of order. I asked Dave to go next. You can wait your turn.
Excuse me, it's what the taxpayers voted on.
It
That's
doesn't-
what they voted on the screen.
They voted on your motion.
It was on the screen.
Nope.
Can we circle back to the question about approving the financial town meeting minutes? Though,
Well,
because
it's based on her saying that it's inaccurate. We
no,
have to find
more
out if they're inaccurate.
whether or not we should. I'm just looking at what we did last year, and we did approve them, and
Okay.
it does seem like something that we should put formally on the record. 'Cause
Okay.
I'm just going to ask if we are voting on them, that you separate out the dates, please. Thank you.
Agreed on that. Thank you.
She wants to separate the dates because different people were available different times. Yeah.
What's that, Dave? No. Yeah, we see it. It says signal on support.
Yeah.
We can see your drive.
We can see it now, Dave.
Everyone, the process here today, so really the only role at this point is for someone to make a motion to adopt a budget as to an overall amount and then vote on it. Okay.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Mayor, I'd like to say something first, if you don't mind, please. Okay, I received several communications today, and it's very unfortunate that there was emails circulating around regarding, programs being cut if there was a reduction in the budget. That is very unfortunate, and I'm very disappointed that went out. And I don't know who sent it out, and I'm sorry, but that is not true. There was plenty of money in the budget if there were cuts being made. With that being said, I'd like to make a motion to reduce the total proposed district general fund expenditure budget from $33,091,080 to $32,208,227, a reduction of $882,853 to match the FY 2026 level. And furthermore, I would like to reduce the total local appropriation from the towns, Foster-Gloucester, from $18,058,039 to $17,903,688, a reduction of $154,351, reflecting the water bond drop-off.
Thank you.
That's fine, Cindy, but what I'm trying to say,
I'm
that's not
sorry,
what
I
the-
heard
Cindy.
to reflect the water bond drop-off. And is it any coincidence that the exact dollar amount, to the dollar, matches the water bond?
I am not disputing that. What I'm saying is that the screenshot that was on the
I'm
screen.
not talking about the
Well,
screenshot.
that's what the taxpayers.
That's absolutely not
that
what
is
they
not-
voted on.
That's the democracy
Absolutely
part,
not.
Cindy. How
That's-
is it not? That's what the people in the audience
Your
voted on.
motion is what they voted on, Shelley, and
They
your
couldn't
motion.
hear the motion, Cindy.
No.
That's why you put it, then what was the point of the screen?
No.
What was the point of the screen?
The
Tell me.
screen had just the amount on it.
No, it didn't. Had more than that. I make a motion, and it was the whole motion. And then,
Shelley.
wait a minute, and then the letter to the Auditor General had the different, had that motion too. Didn't have the other motion,
Shelley,
it had that motion.
did you or did you not say it to reflect the water bond drop-off? Yes or no?
But that was
Yes
part
or
of the dialogue.
answer that, yes or no?
I did say it, but it wasn't part of the motion. The dollar amount was part of the motion.
Shelley Pezza, do you need me to play it again?
Cindy, I heard it, but I'm just telling you what the taxpayers voted on.
Thank you. Thank you.
If I might intervene for a moment, I was not at the meeting, unfortunately. I couldn't make it. And it seems like there's some confusion about what the actual motion was. It also seems like everyone was aware this question was going to come up. And I would just ask, if we're aware it's going to come up in the future, if maybe we can try and pick it off before the meeting and resolve it before we're here.
I sent an email April 30th, by the way. I did.
I think it's just a little bit on everyone to please try and resolve these things before we're here.
You were also
No. There was one meeting, and I made it, when I got the notice that there was gonna be at 4 o'clock, I cannot make a meeting at 4 o'clock. I have a full-time job. And then some. People cannot make meetings at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
I understand that, but you could also have worked with the committee to help resolve the issue, to put your, you didn't voice, you should have brought all your concerns.
I tried. No one reached out. Have we had a meeting as a whole, school committee as a whole?
Thank
I
you.
brought up a lot of
Okay,
concerns.
so we don't need a motion? Do you want? Yeah.
Why would we not just
me.
approve them if we have documents before us, so we memorialize them and we're consistent with what we've done in prior years? I'm just not sure what the negative
If
would
it's
be
gonna
to
end up
that.
in court, we might as well
I-
approve them.
Excuse me, I
If
don't
it's gonna end up in
understand.
court.
Conducting the financial town meeting is a responsibility of this body, correct? Correct?
Yes.
It's in the charter.
The moderator of the district financial meeting
The
shall be
the
the chairman,
school
and the clerk shall
committee
be the
is
clerk.
responsible for holding and conducting the financial town
That's
meeting.
correct.
Therefore, any minutes that come out of that meeting are the responsibility of the school committee.
I disagree with
They're there in the capacity of taxpayers and voters, but the meeting itself is their responsibility. That
their
meeting would
meeting.
not exist if they did not call it.
Yes, it would, because the charter
No,
requires it.
it doesn't.
The
It takes an
meeting exists
action,
because
it
of
takes
the
an
charter.
action from
Mr.
them.
Kelly, I'm not going to debate you. Madam Chair, if you want me to respond, I'll respond to you. I'm
You
not
may-
going to respond
you
to
may
members of the
respond.
public.
You can
At
respond.
this time, our attorney is saying we don't need to vote on the minutes.
That's bullcrap.
Okay,
All right,
and I
you,
will
again,
I will
again, you're a dereliction of your responsibilities.
Thank you.
You give up your responsibilities to the superintendent.
Okay.
You let her run things, you report to her. That financial town meeting, if you as a body do not schedule a date, which, by the way, isn't in keeping with what the charter was, if you want to be picky about the dates. But the meeting that was held would not have taken place with the action of the school committee. So for the attorney to sit there and tell you that, he's full of crap.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
So if I remember things from that meeting night, Shelley made a motion, I think Buster Steer seconded, a few people seconded, but then there was this confusion that went on as Dr. Palazzo was typing it up on the screen, and you guys had to redo it a few times because
number
it was
didn't
so important.
because
That
the
was what was on the screen is what all the people in that auditorium read to say, that's what I'm voting on. No one could remember one motion that a person just read.
Okay.
We could barely hear it.
It was the
So
number.
that screen, what you wrote on that screen is what people voted on. And if your minutes aren't reflecting exactly what's in that screen,
are
I
reflecting
think
the
you
motion.
have a problem.
they are reflecting the motion that was made
No, but they're
and
not
seconded.
what is on the screen.
What we changed on the screen was the fact that the number we originally put up did not exactly to the dollar match the number, the water bond amount. And Lori Gaddis-Barrett is the one who clarified and said, no, that doesn't match the number that is in the budget under water bond.
And what was on the screen does not say water bond.
Okay.
That's my
Okay,
point.
well-
And that's what people voted on, Cindy.
No,
You
they
can't
didn't.
deny.
They
Yes, you
voted-
looked at
okay,
the screen
yeah,
and said, that's what I'm voting
okay,
on.
Okay. We don't.
Is there ever a
it's still
time in this
reduction of
committee
maintenance of
where
effort.
this town ever wins? Is there ever
we
a
do
town
things
in
legally,
this
yes,
committee where you listen to the community?
Yes.
Ever? You're not even accepting the vote of that meeting.
It was made incorrectly, and it was made illegally. You cannot, according to law 16-723, cut below zero on maintenance of effort. That water bond did not, under any circumstance, come out of maintenance of effort. So, it was not a legal vote. It was not a legal ask of the taxpayers. Now, someone can take us to court and fight us on this, and we can let it play out, but it was not a legal vote because law 16-723 states you cannot cut below zero on your maintenance of effort, and that water bond did not come out of maintenance of effort.
Unless there is a reduction in population and a bond drop-off, and there is a reduction in population, and we'll
Okay.
get back to that in student enrollment. So let's
Great.
open up.
So
the
my
can of worms.
answer
Well, let's
to
get
you
that
then
next agenda item then.
is that I don't think you should bother to have a town referendum anymore and ask this community to vote because you don't respect it.
Or you could have a school committee she sat here for 16 years, know that you can't cut below zero.
Unless there's a reduction in population.
Next agenda item is athletic complex proposal presentation. We have to table that because Sean Boyd from the Rad Sports is not here, but he can attend in June. Brendan, is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. Number 9, approval of monthly bills.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the monthly bills dated April 1st, 2026 to April 30th, 2026 in the amount of $3,783,596.30.
Any discussion?
Yes, please. I asked for the general ledger on Sunday, and, well, she received it Monday morning, and I did not receive it, even though that is public knowledge. And I think that's important for the bills, to approve the bills and to go over the budget. A general ledger holds a very important value, and the fact that I was told that it was forwarded to the school committee chairs is kind of disappointing. I spoke to legal, I spoke to the lawyer at RIDE, and they said that's information that school committee is entitled. It's public records information, and that should have been sent to a school committee member that asked for it.
So I did call you to clarify, because I thought it would be efficient to answer your questions more clearly, is that what you requested has a lot of, it's every entry, so it has personnel information that would have to be redacted. So you asked for it as a yes.
We get ledger all the time at Foster. I don't mean,
It's, I don't know what you asked for, but what you asked for here.
third quarter ledger.
Okay, has personnel information, so that would have to be redacted. You as a school committee would be able to see it, but if you said it's a public record, that is not without redaction.
No, it's fine,
So
but it was for
just-
me. I asked for it for me for tonight's budget conversation.
Well, there's also some concern about what, public document and would it have been shared as a public document. It can't be shared as a public document. So my purpose for calling you and texting you yesterday was to clarify that, so we wouldn't have to go back and forth in email and be efficient with our time, because we certainly wanted to give you the document, which at first run is over 1,300 pages. So I thought it would be good to. It's a different budget, Shelley. So I did call yesterday, and I thought it would be better to be able to speak, because if you had a follow-up question like, oh, Foster is different, I could have answered that rather than just say yes, no, and different.
But that thing is important. A ledger is important. That's why I say if you text me, I'm sorry, I work
No,
like 12 hours a day.
I understand that.
And that's why I said if you texted me that, I would have responded
But at
and
least-
said,
well, it was too much. I think it was too much. I just thought a conversation would be better. You know that about me. I am a person who would speak first, because we can engage in a conversation. So if you have a follow-up, I don't have to wait 4 or 6 hours to answer it and have you wonder what the question is.
yeah, that's
right.
fine, but I think a ledger, in order for a school committee to have a budget conversation, a ledger is imperative, because that way you can see where you're at currently, where you've been, where you plan on being. There's 2 more months left to the school year. So it is, not even quite, well, because the fiscal year ends.
The reason for the phone call and the delay was.
If you texted me that, and like I said, I was busy, it's Mother's Day weekend. So if you told me that, I would have responded, but no matter, neither here nor there. School committee is required to receive and allowed to receive a general ledger.
But it's not public the way it.
That's not, but it's still public information. So it could be accurate, but the school committee,
Yes.
Anthony Catone said, I should not have to apparate, is what I'm trying to say, it's public records.
You don't have to apparate.
No, I don't, but anyone can apparate, but I should have received it. I wanted it for
But if
tonight's
they
meeting.
apparate, it's gonna look differently than yours.
No, but I'm saying I could, he said, I shouldn't have to apparate it as a school body, as a school committee body. I am
Shelley,
entitled to it.
what you're not understanding is as a school committee member, you have access to documents that the public doesn't.
And I
So if you're,
understand that.
let me please finish. So if you're asking as a school committee member, then yes, you can get this over 1,300-page document, but it has to be kept confidential because it has personnel information that is not public record or could be certain layers of it. So it's either redacted if you're going to share it with anyone, or it's confidential if you're going, and neither one of those were clear in your email because you said it is a public document. Hence my reason for calling you and texting you and trying to clarify. If you want to talk later and speak what it is that you're looking for, of course you have access to things as a school committee member, but you don't have access to the same things as school committee member as the public does.
Well, the UCOA line, if anybody can read the UCOA lines, that shows you who the person is too. It doesn't give you a name, but it tells you what the position is. So if people know what the UCOLA
So
lines
I
are.
think what's probably best is if you sit down maybe with Ann and say what you're looking for, and then it will be produced. Perhaps the language in Foster is different from Foster-Glocester, and I certainly don't want to speak incorrectly, but want to give you what you want, just understanding that if information needs to be redacted because it's going to be shared with anyone, then that
It
should
is
be.
not going to be shared. In my
I'm just
initial
saying
email, it
public.
just said third quarter ledger. I didn't say anything about it being a public record until my follow-up email when I was told it was being
But you
referred to.
understand, you want the clarification?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
fine to just say, just like we receive things in executive session, say this material is confidential.
Can I just add 2 thoughts here? One is, it sounds like maybe it's an executive summary type of thing in part that might help just to see the overall pictures with deeper dives as needed. So my suggestion would be just share what we get in Foster, and perhaps that's something that can be replicated here. The other thing is just sort of reflecting back on the time when I was in the vice chair position, which I think Aaron is now. One of the duties of that seat is to go and review the bills every month. And I would encourage folks who've never had the pleasure of spending time in the business office to do so. It was really eye-opening to me to see where our money came and went, and really how voluminous the paperwork can be. And so I do kind of understand what you're saying. It was pretty impressive, the piles of paper that were presented to me on a monthly basis. So I would say if you want, I'm sure that stuff is available at any point in time to come and sit as a committee member. Or if you sit when Aaron goes, the staff there was super helpful answering questions that I had
100%.
whenever they came up. So especially for folks who are newer to the committee or just really like paperwork and numbers, it's a great chance to see where the money comes and goes.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions. Financial update, budget and finance. A, revenue expenses monthly for April.
Revenue and expense report. For revenues, we are at 88.53% collected. The tuition revenue, the actual number represents the total for the year because the fourth quarter bills were sent out. And for expenses, we're at 75.96% collected.
Any questions for Ann? Shelley?
Can anyone respond to Pat Henry's question, please?
Yep, I can respond to that. Mary King, the consultant that we've been using, we have used her off and on throughout the year. When I moved from controller to business manager, that position, the controller position, is filled for a short period, but it's mostly been a vacant position, so we are short a position. So she hasn't been consistently working through the year, but she has worked on our audit, and depending on if we, if she might be working on the audit for part of this year as well.
So she may have been working in the last couple weeks or something like that?
Yeah, like the last week or so.
Because I'm under the impression that I thought it was said that she's no longer, it doesn't matter to me. It just, I thought that you were no longer using her.
I would like to add that, yes, when we had a conversation last year about Ann receiving certification and that we no longer needed Mary King, I remember that, and then we were told as a committee that she was gonna stay on to complete the audit. And then she's still here, because that's a significant amount of money. I would like to ask, who has the, out of curiosity, under General Law 16-11-1, certification of public school educator, we are required to have a school business administrator or an SBA. Who holds that?
My application has been filed, and it's with RIDE, pending
So,
for
because
their
it's
approval.
not on, because I went on the portal and it's not there now.
Right, yeah, it's pending approval.
Okay.
They have everything. They were missing one piece of information,
Okay.
which I had sent recently, so.
Under budget talks, I think it would be important to, I think we should stop spending so much money on additional money. Like, we were told as a school committee that we weren't gonna use her after the audit. So it's unfortunate that we are still using her.
Well, we still need her. We're down a position in the business office, so that.
We just hired someone last year. We hired someone new.
That was the financial analyst. It's not a controller. It's not a person who is an accountant. That was to assist with the work. But when Ann vacated when she moved from controller to business manager, the controller was a position that was still vacant. So Mary was working on the audit, which filed on time, and then Mary wasn't working with us for a little bit. But as we close out the year and we find out now that we need more support, Mary's working periodically. That position is still posted, has not been filled.
Which position, the controller position?
The controller position, yes, hasn't been filled.
I thought we hired someone, we did not.
Not in the controller's position, no. a position is vacant and it has to be, that person has to be in accounting.
So if it's a vacant position, then how is the business office, how is the business department showing a $91,000 increase in the budget?
So
If there's a vacant position, and that position existed prior, how is there a $91,000 increase in the budget from last year?
That's for the financial analyst position. That's the increase, because the controller position was in the budget last year.
It was in the budget, that's what I'm trying to say, so we
But it
added,
wasn't
so we added a
filled.
position, that's exactly what I'm saying, so we added a position. So we didn't fill that one, because because that money was already there. So if we added a person, so how are we still not getting stuff done? We already added another person, that's what I'm trying to say.
So we added a position which was needed.
Well, these teachers
So
are
you
needed
appro-
too, so I think we
Well,
should
shut-
cut there instead of the teachers, so.
And that position is not filled right now. The controller's position is still vacant and it's not filled. It is in the budget for next year, but it's not filled.
Any other questions for Ann? FY '27 budget update.
So this was asked to be on as well, and it's important to be on. So I just want to start off by saying what was referenced, Title 16-723, is that the community shall contribute local funds to its school committee to an amount not less than its local contribution for schools in the previous fiscal year, except for the extent permitted by general law. Excuse me. And so when we presented the 0% increase to local appropriations, that is what that law allowed us to do, to not increase or decrease from the previous year. After the vote was taken, I know it's public knowledge, which is good, that we looked into the water bond, it's called, to find out how it was approved and when it was approved. And I'll turn it over to Ann for a little bit, because even though people believe that I might not have an important hand in building the budget, I certainly do and have for years, and every other superintendent works with the school committee in building the budget. It supports educational programs, and my degree is in education. So Ann and I researched and went back to find when the water bond was approved. I'm going to let her speak more to that, but what I want to share is when we got that information, on April 17th, we reached out to the Auditor General about it, found the information for the approval. Dave, I'm going to ask you just to share that so everyone can see what the warrant looked like, the special financial town meeting. And once I had that information, I sent an email to the school committee members clarifying. I sent an email to the Gloucester Town Council members clarifying, because I was at the Town Council meeting the night before and asked by President Worthy what would happen with the MOE, and I said I don't know, because I knew we were looking through this, and I was going to reach out to the Auditor General the next day. I spoke with the business manager in Gloucester, shared this with her, and then the business manager in Foster. So the notification was what we found for the minutes. Dave, can you go to the next? And Ann, do you want to speak about?
Yep.
Okay.
So after that meeting, the meeting where the vote was taken on April 14th, we researched the vote that was made for the water bond back on January 19th of 2021. There was a special meeting on that date where the resolution was approved. It should be noted the following wording on the advertisement for the bond. Approving this resolution.
That's the one. No, go back one. That one.
There we go. So what I'm going to read is what's highlighted on the screen. Approving this resolution will not raise taxes. All local costs were appropriated in previous Foster-Glocester Regional School District budgets. The district will be using fund balance and funds provided by the state of Rhode Island to make the payments on the lease purchase agreement. The water bond was not included in local appropriation, and the fact is that amount cannot be removed as it was never included. By reducing their local appropriation, this would go below our maintenance of effort as required by law. I stated this fact about the water bond that it was not included in local appropriation on the following dates: at the February 9th Gloucester Budget Subcommittee meeting, at the March 10th Foster-Gloucester Regional School District public hearing, at the March 24th, the first financial town meeting, on April 1st, at a meeting I had in my office with Buster Steer, who was the one that seconded the motion at the financial town meeting on the 14th, and then again on the April 14th reconvened financial town meeting. The bill that I sent to the towns of Foster and Gloucester were not reduced by the $154,351. And I think someone had asked about whose responsibility it was to send that, and I don't have the charter in front of me, but I believe you do. Yeah.
Section 9G of the charter states, within 10 days subsequent to the adoption of the budget at the regional school district financial meeting, the regional school district treasurer, in your case, business manager, shall certify to the budget officers of the financial town meeting of the respective towns the amount of money to be raised in taxes in each town as herein provided for the supported schools, which amount shall become part of those town budgets. So the charter specifically says that within 10 days, the treasurer, based upon the vote, notifies the towns of the amount to be raised. There's no further action of the committee that needs to be done, or should be done. And as I understand it, that's probably been your practice over time.
Excuse me if I may, but no one's disputing that she sent it. What people are disputing is that it was a different amount than what the voters voted on.
Because she can't send an illegal bill.
It wasn't a different amount than the voters voted on. What happened, to clarify, is when you made the motion, you said it quickly, didn't give the paper. So when you said to drop off the water bond, we looked in the budget that was in front of us for 26-27 that had the 153, okay? That's what I typed on the screen. A constituent, Lori, then stood up and said, that's not correct, that's the wrong amount, and she clarified and said it's the 154 amount, because that was what was in the 25-26 budget for the water bond. She clarified your motion, that's the number that went up on the screen, which matches what was in the 25-26 budget.
Well, that's what I had written down too, yeah.
Which clearly states when it was a special financial town meeting on January 19th of 2021. If you remember, we met in the gymnasium. It was post-COVID, so we were all kind of spread apart. And it clearly, this was the posting for the special financial town meeting. That's the warrant, and it says in bold, all local costs were appropriated in previous years. This will not raise taxes. The minutes reflect the resolution. Can you go to the next one, Dave, please? I highlighted it so everyone can see over to the right. It says he, Dr. Barnes, reported that the district will be using fund balance and funds provided by the state of Rhode Island to make the payments on the lease purchase agreement. He also stated that by approving the resolution, there would be no additional cost to the taxpayers. If it wasn't an additional cost and it wasn't included in local appropriations, it cannot come out of local appropriations. Hence the reason for my email to everyone, just to clarify that. And I called the Auditor General, spoke with her, and her response was, you can't decrease the maintenance of effort if it wasn't in the maintenance of effort. The other part, they're still seeking information on. So I hear what you're saying, but at the end of the day, you cannot decrease something. You can't take money out of something that you didn't put it into. So I did my due diligence, Ann found it, and thought it would be informative for you to understand, so there's no misunderstanding. It wasn't a water bond. It wasn't part of that drop-off. And that was the motion.
The reality
Madam
is,
Chair, questions asked and answered, then taken offline for further discussion. Sitting in the audience, listening to a diatribe of crap by a person who's trying to destroy the schools, pretending she's trying to save money, is a lot of crap, and you need to get control of this meeting.
Sorry. Thank you.
it's still up to the taxpayers. The taxpayers voted.
It's
That's
okay.
all I'm trying to say, and the school committee.
We'll go short.
Point of order.
Is there any other update for the FY '27? Should we talk about the 800?
Can we, so according to the April,
Can I first give information?
the April monthly revenue and expense paperwork that we received at the last meeting, Our tuition revenue is already above at $852,312. So we're already close to that dollar amount. We need to accurately represent the CTE revenue. We need to take a hard look at our budget before we do any layoffs. Layoffs are not due until June 1st.
I agree.
So we should not be approving any layoffs. We should be taking time, seriously, and looking at this budget as a team and trying to make cuts that do not impact these kids.
Great.
Joe, you cannot sit there and say that we should not make cuts that don't impact the kids. You're the one that
I just did, $852,000.
You made that motion. So don't act like you're the hero.
Because
all of a
I
sudden
did my,
trying to-
Mark, because I did my homework.
You can't play the hero now and try
Mark,
to save everyone's
I'm not
job.
trying to be a
Okay.
hero.
We're
I'm
also not gonna
trying
have a debate
to be
right now.
realistic.
We're also not gonna have a debate. Between
he
the
shouldn't
two
have
of
come
you.
at me.
Right, and I stop it. I'm stopping.
I just want to say,
I'm stopping it.
you know, I just want to say something because, you know,
Is it about this, right, bickering?
it's about, yes, because, you know, no, but I just want to clear, you know, if I was sitting out there, I'd be really frustrated. I mean, I'm pretty frustrated here right now, and since everyone else gets to express their feelings, then I'm going to do it, and I'm going to say, please, can we just take a deep breath, and can we just work together? Because this is embarrassing.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Ann? Can you clarify?
Yeah. So even if we change our tuition revenue amount, that's not what the motion was made. The motion was to cut expenditures by $800,000. Okay, so that's not going to change what we put in our budget.
So the confusion that I think is what, the reason I reached out to the Auditor General is because. And RIDE, and that we're waiting for a decision on RIDE, because the Auditor General's response to me was that they had never seen this was unprecedented, they didn't understand, because we produced a 0% increased budget, which means we increased in expenses, yes, we have revenue, anticipated revenue to cover those. So if you cut expenditures, which didn't cut the revenue, then you're forcing our fund balance to balloon and put that money, and we have to use the revenue that comes in for educational programs, which include teachers and staff. So if you choose to I don't know if that was against the law or not, and when I reached out, the recommendation was to seek legal counsel, and so we did, and we're waiting for rides, because we don't have a balanced budget any longer, and you have to present a balanced budget. If you cut expenditures for which you have expected revenue, you no longer have a balanced budget, and I don't know if that's lawful.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that's a question I've had for a bit, is how do we actually apply this to our budget? Because to me, the spirit of what was presented at the town meeting was that we would be reducing the town appropriations by that amount, which is very different than overall budget. And I hopefully folks understand where that confusion comes from, because if we cut the overall budget by, say our budget's $30 million, we cut it by $1 million down to $29 million, and we get extra revenue, we just end up with fund balance. Whereas, and we're overly penalizing, the school system in general, and we do that. Whereas I think we can honor, my thought is that we're honoring what was intended at that meeting by reducing the town contributions by that amount, and then realizing the actual tuition revenue, which I think is something that's been requested, which should soften some of the impacts on potential cuts and cost reductions. Did that make sense?
No. The motion was to reduce expenditures.
I
right?
understand what the motion was. And
Yeah.
I totally get it.
So that doesn't change the local appropriation for the
I'm having an
882.
open conversation about the issue I've had trying to reconcile what I think the intent was with what was said with what we now need to enact, and how there's a disconnect there. And I think it's worse than what's anticipated.
This is the problem. We're taking, I'm sorry, go ahead, Greg.
No, I just think it's very important for this community to understand some basic state law regarding state funding of your budget. 16723 doesn't just talk of maintenance of effort. Aaron, do you want to interrupt me first before I talk?
No.
Why don't you say what you have to say before I talk?
Yeah, go ahead if you want to go first.
So, well, one of the questions that I had to Renee and Ann is, I thought when we presented the zero budget, there were cuts to the teachers already, correct?
There were.
How are these teachers?
In addition.
In addition to those that we already approved?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That was your question?
Yeah.
That's how we presented a 0% increase.
That's how we got to a
We
zero.
also knew the situation that Gloucester was in, and we were very, very aware of that.
So these six teachers
in
are on
addition
top
to-
of-
Yes, yes,
Okay.
To continue.
yes.
So 16.723 doesn't just have a maintenance of effort provision. Section A talks about maintenance of effort, and it allows only 2 circumstances under which you can reduce below the previous year's local appropriation. Declining enrollment, doesn't say declining population, the term is enrollment. And RIDE defines what enrollment is. Enrollment includes everyone who's entitled to come to this school, including homeschoolers. There's actual codes that you have to report to RIDE. How many homeschool children do you have? How many out-of-district students who are receiving special ed services? You support students who are not actually physically in your school through a myriad of programs. They are considered enrolled for purposes of RIDE. In their definition, you don't define that term, RIDE defines it. And the second is non-recurring expenses, which is the debt issue. That's A. There's section D, which is just as important, if not more important, according to RIDE. It's been around a long time. It's called the anti-supplanting provision. State aid and other aid, other income that you get from, for example, federal grants or what have you, is meant to supplement your budget, not to supplant it. Whenever, it says, whenever any state funds are appropriated for educational purposes, the funds shall be used for educational purposes only. And all state funds appropriated for educational services must be used to supplement any and all money allocated by the city or town for educational purposes, and in no event shall state funds be used to supplant, directly or indirectly, any money allocated by the city for school purposes or educational purposes. So, for example, to take Mr. Mara's example, if you were to take $6 million in state aid and say we are now going to reduce our local appropriation by $1 million and cover it with state aid, that is illegal. The state will come and take that money back from you. So how does that apply to this $882,000 cut? Cindy, Eileen, Renee, we've been batting this around trying to figure out, this is unheard of. I've never, in 36 years of being up here, I have never experienced a situation like this. Renee contacted the Auditor General. He's never, the 39 communities that he has to audit, he's never heard of this. So we reached out to RIDE, and the question I have is this. Everybody's focusing on cutting expenditures. Nobody's talking about the revenue. Where does the revenue go? You're getting $6 million in state aid, another $2 or $3 million in tuitions, CTE tuitions. Those funds are earmarked for educational purposes and cannot be used to offset what your local appropriations are. If you take the $882,000 and say, okay, we're going to make cuts and we're not going to spend that $882,000, where does that money go? Ann?
Back into fund balance.
It goes to your surplus.
Yep.
And then what happens next year? You go to the taxpayers and you say, you know what? We don't have to raise local appropriations because we got this $882,000 that we kept from the state last year. That is indirect supplanting, in my opinion. So I've asked Anthony Catone at RIDE to look into this. The Auditor General is also looking into it. We're looking at this together. We're waiting for, Anthony was very intrigued by this and told me they are working on it, and he's hoping to get me an answer ASAP. Because this is a very serious thing. If you cut your budget tonight, $882,000, you face the prospect of the state taking that money away from you.
Thank you for that explanation.
You're welcome.
So Just a couple of things, please. So that's the planting topic. That is very important. I appreciate that. We did that for the past 2 years with the fund balance from CTE students. So we taxed the taxpayers more than they needed, and we supplanted that money into fund balance. The total of the 2 years was $1.1 million for the past 2 years because there was CTE revenue that was on budget.
You just need to be clear on the numbers that you're using or where that's coming from.
So that was extra money according to the actual audits. It was about a little over $1 million. I won't say 1.1 exact, but that's from our audits from the past 2 years. That was additional CTE revenue that came in that was not budgeted, that went into fund balance. So if you go back to our audits for the past 2 years, one was a little over 600,000, one was a little over 400,000. Then that, in those terms, is supplanting, and that's overtaxing the taxpayers. Secondly, that motion was made based, unfortunately, on your recommendation, because that's what you said at our April meeting. That was the only way we could cut the budget, was by cutting the spending.
I never said that.
He said that.
Thank you. You did.
You did. You
That's
said
if
the only
we
thing that we
spent
could
above our
was
maintenance of effort.
expenses or.
No, spending.
not
Aaron,
And spending.
Not spending it. You mean not.
And we didn't spend it by laying off teachers.
but
How
that's
many did
at
we
the
lay
last,
off the
all I'm
first
trying to say,
round
at
to
the
get to
April
zero?
meeting, Aaron asked
misunderstood.
directly, can we cut spending? And Greg said yes.
Okay.
That was at the April meeting. Okay? So that's why that motion was made.
Okay.
All right?
But you do understand now what the problem is with it?
Yes, we need to have a conversation.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
We need to have a conversation.
So then can we table
Can we just
this
wait for
budget?
Ryan?
Well, there's
for-
nothing to table.
I thought we were,
We're nothing to vote on.
We're
Yeah,
not gonna
there's
vote.
nothing to vote on as far as I
I
can
thought
see,
the-
so.
No, this is just
layoffs.
for discussion. Oh, when we get to that, we'll talk about that.
because we have the layoffs, but then we have the, what is it, leave of absences
we're
or
not there
whatever.
yet.
Okay.
One quick,
So just wait on Ryan.
one quick point.
Yes.
Last year's financial
much
town
rather
meeting
just
was held in
not do
March.
that.
April 1st, this committee held a meeting. On your agenda was to approve the minutes of the financial town meeting.
Okay.
You held a vote.
Okay.
You approved those minutes. Your attorney was also legal counsel then. So what's the interpretation then and what's the interpretation now? Which one's correct?
All right, so there's nothing to vote on for that.
And so are we on enrollment yet? Because,
Yeah.
thank you. Our attorney brought up enrollment. Can we talk about enrollment?
It's next. Student
Okay.
enrollment, number 12.
So I'm gonna roll right into that, because
Great.
because Greg clearly said, you said that homeschoolers are counted. When they're not counted in the RIDE numbers, we don't get reimbursement from RIDE for per pupils on homeschool kids. I've talked to 7 other school districts. They do not count homeschool students, and they said they cannot, because there is no reimbursement from the state, and they are instructed to not count homeschool students.
Again, we are in contact with the Auditor General and RIDE.
And I talked to RIDE about that too, and they said they're sending it to finance, and they said no. They told me no.
And we're waiting for those answers.
So I spoke to several people at RIDE.
Well, why don't you tell us who?
So Anthony Catona, then talked to a person in finance, and then in the enrollment part too.
You're saying who was the first one?
Catone didn't know.
Okay,
And then, because he said that's not his area of expertise, because the tone is, the finance, no, I talked to the person that did data control in the, but just make, I'm just saying, I don't have the names written down in front of me, but I spoke to 3 separate people, because Catone gave me 3 different directions, because he didn't know. I just kept calling numbers. You
I
guys know
think
more than I do.
that the question, I think it's a good point, and I think the question has come up a few times about the homeschooling thing, so I think it's something we should look into, right? We need to know one way or another. I think the public needs to know that as well.
And just for record, it was not done prior to this administration, because I looked back to those numbers. It was not done prior.
Amy, if I might add to what you just said, it would be helpful to get whatever that opinion is in writing and shared with the entire committee, because one of the issues we seem to have is that a lot of people are making phone calls to various people throughout government, that's not one person in particular, and sharing their, basically interpretation of what was given to them here. And we're expected to take it as fact. Unfortunately, I don't think that that's a reasonable way for us to do business. We should get these very important questions answered in writing so we can see what the question was, who was asked, and what the response was, so we can all be operating from the same piece of information when we make decisions.
So maybe we can put this on as an agenda item.
I appreciate what you're saying, and the way I operate and it's been successful for me so far, is I call and have a conversation, and then I memorialize in an email. So you will see my emails to the
That's
Auditor General.
perfect.
You will see my questions to Greg. You will see my email to all of you clarifying it, and that's why when you say fact, I'm only going to say what I know. I'm waiting on the Auditor General. You can read that email. Greg has reached out to RIDE. He put that in an email. So I appreciate what you're saying, because we can go back, but that is the way I operate. I don't have this answer.
I get
and-
it. I just think we need to see those things as we're making these decisions. And we're not being asked to make a decision here. I guess it's just a request
But one
when,
of it is
when the decision is
who is the
made.
data person, and I don't know who to follow, so I'll turn to Dave tomorrow and get some information. I will say that we have used our October submission report for our attendance, our enrollment, which has been what I stepped into and worked on. So if the previous administration didn't do it, I don't know how it would have shifted. That's
all,
what I would say.
that's what I'm
Okay.
asking for, to please go back, because if you go on RIDE, our numbers are very different on our RIDE numbers versus our numbers. So if
They
you
are
could
not very
please-
different. It depends if you look at an October submission
I
report
did.
or an October snapshot.
Nope.
They are two, Shelley, they are two different reports. Here's your October submission, which is what we use, and here's an October snapshot, which is what was posted online. Okay.
I'm just saying, yes, I'm aware, but it's different than the RIDE request, and what makes the
This
difference?
is RIDE, Shelley.
And what is the difference is the 67 homeschool kids. That's what's making the difference. And I'm just asking if you would please go back 3 to 4 years prior to your administration, if they counted the homeschool.
I will go back, but
because
also in
we
the
did
budget,
not.
you need to understand, we use the submission report, and I checked with Dave. But if you had a person who you contacted, if you can send me, if not, we'll start
Yeah,
from
because
the
I do
beginning.
emails, I do phone calls, I'm sorry. I
Okay.
Don't have time to email.
So we're good with that? Good, move on to.
Well, as long as it's an agenda item at next month, please.
If I might say one more thing, just for the sake, because you guys got these nice microphones, is that as we go through the remainder of these agenda items, we should really focus on that 67 number, right? Like the way that we're acting and the way that we're kind of carrying our business, not just in this meeting, but throughout, that number is going to go up. We need to work real hard to get that number down, and part of that is us all working together and really just cleaning up how we're going about what we're doing here. Because I'd love to see that number at 0. It's never going to be 0, but lower, right? And we can all do a little better there.
Number 13 is superintendent's report. So, about the budget? Yeah. Okay, we can wait, go ahead. I'm so sorry. Just take the mic so that people can hear.
I just have a question, because I'm a little confused. Hi, I'm a little confused. And you all seem to be a little confused too, totally fine. If there was a motion to cut $880,000 in expenditures that you didn't mean to put through in this way, and now the Auditor General's confused, and now RIDE's like, whoa, that's intellectually interesting. Are we in a moment where this is a void motion? Are we in a moment where we could actually think about this differently? I just want to put it out there. But like, if we're all confused and it seems like this wasn't meant to happen the way it happened, could this be void? I'm just saying. Is that, Greg, Mr. Piccirilli, is that a thing? And you don't have to decide now, but I'm confused.
Superintendent's report,
So as we sit here, my report in the month of May will include layoffs if we have to do them for the following year, because you have a general law that requires that if teachers are laid off, they need to be notified by June 1st, and your May meeting is the only meeting you have before that June 1st deadline, and typically by now, we have a good understanding, the budget would have been approved, we have a pretty good understanding of where we are with scheduling and sections. So May is the month that teacher layoffs are given, required. However, this is a long list this time, and I know that there were statements made that the cut in $800,000 of expenditures would not impact the programs. What I can tell you is when we created the initial budget at the 0% increase, Aaron asked the question before, you had some personnel actions in January and February. Those positions were not were not filled. So when we had to cut additional $800,000 or so, if it has to come out of staffing, this is the time that they have to get that letter. There's no time after June 1st. So my proposal is, not that I recommend it in any way to reduce staffing, but if you have to cut $800,000 from an already trim budget, then you would have to, the staff are impacted.
Can we set a date for a meeting in May to give the Auditor General some time?
I think it's RIDE we're waiting on.
Or RIDE, whoever, to give, because this might not be another valid vote. It might not have been another valid cut. So, should that have not been made?
Cindy, can you put your mic on?
We might be doing this for nothing and stressing these teachers out for nothing and making cut. So can we, as a committee,
Or have a budget conversation.
decide to have a meeting? Today is the 7th. There's actually good timing. We have a calendar in front of us. I don't mean to interrupt your presentation, but before we do anything, it just so happens that Kyle, you have a calendar in front with all different things going on. Do you have it in front of you guys?
Yeah.
If we could pick a date between now and May 20, let's give us an extra day, May 28th. That way you have the extra Friday, or is that too late?
CTE boards. 6
I'm just saying sometime between now and that last week of May, can we
do Wednesday? I know you have capital projects. We could do Wednesday, May 27th at 6.
We have don't we have awards night? Capitals.
How long do your NEPON meetings go?
What's
On the
your-
26th?
The what? The what?
How long do your negotiating meeting, negotiations go?
That starts at 5:30.
The 26th?
I would say that the budget meeting should supersede the negotiations
I
meeting at this
absolutely
point
agree.
in time, because we really need to get the big picture numbers in order before we're talking about negotiations in good faith.
Is that long enough? Is that giving them enough time to get back to us? Today's
No.
only the
I
7th.
don't know, you're waiting
On the
Why-
same day? If it's this,
Oh, she's saying you don't know. So I'm saying, why don't we just,
Yeah.
I'm saying, why don't we go for the 26th? You can reschedule the negotiations. I agree with Brent, this is far more important.
But Greg, didn't you say?
Or just do it late. Do it at 7.
You could also do it on the 19th. My workshop has not been
I just want to
posted.
give them more time. We're waiting for RIDE, and they're not
Right.
quick.
I'm just offering it. 'cause it's
candidly,
a night.
this is probably the most important meeting that we can have, and really should supersede it.
I don't think we
all
can
of
do it
these?
too soon, though. I want to
Agreed,
give RIDE
we
an
need the
opportunity.
information.
But we could schedule it, and if we don't have the information, we could push it out, couldn't we? No.
What about Friday the 22nd? Greg, Friday the 22nd, negotiations? Yeah. Too early? What about Friday the 29th?
Like 6.
What would be the purpose of this meeting? I'm just trying to understand.
Budget.
What about the budget? Like,
If RIDE
We-
comes
we-
back and
we
tells
have to
us
balance
whether
the
or not
budget.
we're making this cut or not.
And if we are
and then
making the
what's,
cut,
so the meeting, if we're making the cut, then we're approving the layoffs, is what you're saying?
or we're finding the money elsewhere.
I would suggest that it would be a comprehensive plan of whatever would be needed to reconcile the budget at that time.
Gotcha.
That
I'm just trying to
hopefully does not
understand, because you're
include
talking
cuts,
now
but-
about like weekends, I may not be here, I just wanted to understand, like everybody's picking.
Could I suggest then, you need to have some budget subcommittee meetings before.
Yeah, that makes a
to
lot of
determine-
sense.
You can't walk into a meeting on May 29th where nobody's talked to each other about what their proposed budget cuts are.
Amen.
So you're gonna have to meet. Prepare for, you have to cut $882,000. So that on the 29th, you're either gonna make those cuts or you're not. But you have to meet before then to do that.
The 20th.
Okay, Kyle, can't you just send out one of those things where we all pick our times and the best one, because we're not gonna decide it right now.
And if I could make a recommendation, try to have it a little bit later, not have it at like 2:30 in the afternoon, so that way people can, I can try to go.
That'd be great.
5. If it's a Tuesday, 5.
What about other days?
6. Because I'm in East Greenwich, and that's me getting out at 5.
So we have
If I'm hopeful, if that happens.
What about before work?
7 a.m. I have to be
Tuesday
out
the
of here by
12th
8.
is the advocacy group. I mean, you can move that, but they don't
Can we
even
just
know
do the,
how.
can we just do the email thing where like Kyle sends us the thing?
Why not put on the 12th?
We're not gonna all
Okay.
align 9
Kat-
schedules.
All right, so Kyle's going to put together one of those, click
good.
the date you're available. And recognize that all 9 of us are gonna make every effort,
Exactly, to go
our
to the
best
workshop.
effort to be there. Okay. And so it has to happen though, because if if that vote or motion is in fact legal, then we have to be prepared to make some layoffs or changes.
Or to make cuts.
Not to throw an extra wrinkle into this, but it may be relevant to Ride's opinion as to where your cuts are. So I think you need to have a meeting soon to
We can meet more
decide
than
where you would make these cuts, because laying off 6 teachers versus
Does that even
cutting a technology program versus, how it might impact either a CTE program or something, it may be relevant. I don't know. The problem is I don't know what the answer to that is. But if I get an email back from RIDE saying, well, it depends, and it depends on where your cuts are coming from.
Yep.
We need
Either
to-
way,
I
when we
think- I
make
think
the
we're
cuts,
gonna
where
need
we put in that
You're gonna need
800
to
when
have
it comes
some
in.
plan as to where these cuts were gonna come from.
Okay.
I have a question. Does any of this affect the bill that you already sent to the towns?
No, this is a separate, this
It's
is the
not
800.
going to affect, it's not going to affect that at all?
No, that's, Michael,
I was wondering if that could be
is your
resolved
mic on?
by a budget subcommittee meeting, or if
Let
does
them
the
meet
full committee
first.
have to meet twice? Yeah.
Invite the full committee.
Sure.
To approve layoffs, the full committee would have to. And
But
then
I think the budget
Yeah,
subcommittee, we
but the
should all try to
proposal,
go.
okay, yeah.
Just my suggestion, as soon as possible, start going over.
I'm free next Tuesday.
12th and the 20th, is that what you just said, Kyle?
I'm free the 12th.
Yeah.
So, given that it was brought up just now, the part about the money that was cut back to appropriations, in attending the town council's last meeting, they reported out to the community that they would be holding that money in an account. I know we were talking, the larger conversation that we've been trying to have is about like cooperation and working together and communication. And if I know this is relevant to Gloucester specifically, but I feel like that should be a conversation too about, are we going to, like, should they be able to use that money, right? Like if they're in need of it.
What did you say?
The appropriation money that's held, because we can't give it back.
No, they were talking about the MOE money.
I'm talking about the appropriations cut.
You're saying that the bill, that when Ann sent a breakdown of what she was gonna bill them monthly, starting in
Right.
July.
Yeah.
That they're going to reduce that amount?
Well, is that what the vote,
Unilaterally?
but is that what
what
the
they said?
vote was, is what I'm asking?
Are you talking about
I
the
don't know. Is that what the town
154,000
council
or?
voted on?
No, they didn't vote on anything, that's not what I'm saying.
was
I
local
said it was
appropriations.
voted on in the meeting.
Oh my God,
What
I
meeting?
think we're talking about two separate things. Before we were
She's
talking
saying
about
the town
800, you
council
went back
voted to hold the reduction.
I'm
if the
going back, yeah.
154 gets reduced.
I can't.
It was about 99,000 for Gloucester. They
Yeah.
put it in a separate fund to hold it in case they
Have to pay it.
have to pay it. They didn't want to release it from their budget. What we've shared tonight is that it has to be paid because you can't reduce maintenance of effort. When you go 0% increase to local appropriations, you can't reduce maintenance of effort. In addition, that water bond was never in maintenance of effort. It came out of fund balance, it wasn't
Okay.
part of debt service.
I'm sorry, the thing that's still in dispute, I think, because we're still going back and forth about homeschool students.
Okay.
And about that being counted, because that's a $1.3 million difference.
Okay.
And when we approached that 150, and the town of Foster, I think, tackled it in a similar way, which I thought was the way to
Okay.
handle it. They set the $50,000 aside into contingency.
Okay.
And I thought it was nice. They didn't,
Okay.
they wanted to give us time and space. If we've learned nothing else from this exercise, though, we should be really transparent and communicative with both towns as we're going through this decision-making process, and work with them. Let them know this is what we're thinking. This is why we're thinking it. What do you think? Like, we need to work with them and stop fighting amongst ourselves and the towns.
Right, which
Thank
is
you.
why it was shocking that our own school committee member made the motion, that none of us had any idea that it was coming. If there's no more discussion on the superintendent's, we do have to vote on it, right? Or is it just?
So-
We don't have to vote on the layoffs if
Yeah, I
we're
would-
tabling it.
Leave of absence.
Okay.
I think there's a one-year, extension, 1 year leave of absence.
So can we pull, so do we just pull should we just pull the layoffs off for now?
Or can I just make a
Pending-
motion to accept the resignation of James Mullen and approve the 2 leave of absences for leave without pay?
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Is that right?
So
You covered it? We're holding off on layoffs.
Teachers who
So
are
the
out
only
there,
thing-
the layoffs have not been approved.
Oh, let me just vote first. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Yes. To the teachers that are sitting in the room, we're holding off on the layoffs. You may have received the letter for today. Is this for me for the meetings? And we're going to meet and find a solution.
Regarding the layoffs, because I know a few other
what is
folks have
this?
spoken to this, personally, I would be looking for a comprehensive plan that's showing how we're going to close the gap. And if it includes layoffs, it includes layoffs, but it needs to show some other things too. The burden of whatever we need to do should not be borne entirely by our teaching staff. I think we're all here to use taxpayer money wisely to support the students and staff here. And I thought, I respect what Representative Chippendale said, we shouldn't be pressuring kids to do anything. I do believe that the kids who are here, they heard whatever they heard, and they are operating from a very positive place, and they're supportive of their school, and we should hear that. It's great to hear. And I think they also need to hear that we value their education, we value expending this money on the teachers and staff, we value our teachers and staff, and if we're going to have to make really terrible decisions, or hard decisions, backtrack that, it needs to be across all pieces of the business, not just the teachers. And I think it would be.
But just to clarify, this reduction in teachers does not close that $800,000 gap.
100%. All I'm
we
seeing though is
haven't-
teachers. We need to see everything else before we talk teachers too.
Right, we just did that because we had to have the.
June 1st.
Yeah.
And
I
keep
know
in
why we
mind-
did, but if we're gonna ask that, personally for me, if we're gonna ask that question of me again and we're asked to lay off teachers, I want to see where everything else is coming from too.
Absolutely. But we have the revenue to keep them as well, and that's the bigger question.
And I would just like to echo that same process should be happening in Gloucester as well.
But
I'm-
here.
I understand it's different,
here,
but-
we have the revenue to pay for them, and they're telling us to cut it. We're getting the money from state aid, federal aid, and tuition.
I get that,
We have
that.
the money to
But
pay
I'm
for
just,
them,
I'm
and
just
they're
speaking
asking
to
us
the
to cut them.
process that he just
That's the
identified, there,
Okay,
I'm just speaking to the process.
can we go on to 25, 26 Foster-Glocester Regional Calendar again? Again. No, but is it that one day?
No, so.
It's just an updated?
So there's an update, but with a change. So that's to update that the last day for the students is June 12th. The way it was written was it's the last day for the students, not the faculty and staff. So we were trying to be creative and say, how do we get the faculty and staff to serve the additional 2 days? And we were going to consider putting an MLL training in. I went to the superintendent's meeting on Tuesday, and other districts are not requiring teachers to come for those additional days. The MLL's awareness and proficiency have not been finalized yet, and if a teacher needs proficiency and they do the awareness, it doesn't count. So in conversations with other superintendents, what other districts have done is they said, since the school year ends on the 12th, which is a Friday, we say thank you, it's been a really long year, and they are waiving those last 2 days, which Gloucester approved that at the previous meeting. So my ask is that you allow the teacher's last day to be the same as the student's last day on June 12th.
Cindy, I do just have one question, like what I asked in Gloucester. This isn't gonna be like a
It's the
kumbaya
same-
session, it's the same thing about the MLL training, that it's not one of the, you know, like, for the last 2 days, nothing detrimental if we don't.
No.
Perfect. So then I would make a motion to allow the teacher's last day of school to be June 12th, 2026, for the Foster-Glocester Regional School District in accordance with the same day as the student's last day.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Eileen? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Approve, oh, that we just did that.
20, 25, 26, 27, next year's calendar.
Yep, approval of 26-27 calendar.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the 2026-2027 Foster-Gloucester's calendar as presented in the packet.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We did 16. 17 is technology update. We have some RFPs in our packet.
Is this budgeted?
And it was in last, go ahead, Ann.
It's coming from categorical funding that we have
So-
set aside, not in the general fund budget.
So it was budgeted from, okay, from categorical, so it's not
Yeah,
coming
not
from
from
fund balance,
general
it's not
fund.
coming
CTE
from.
funds coming in. So then, Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the recommended proposal by the Technology Department of $320,589 from SHI for the purchase of 300 laptops for Pontiac High School as presented in the packet.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion?
I just wanted to chat really quickly. I did speak with Dave about this before, and there were some differences in some of the numbers. I appreciated him taking the time to walk me through it. Just as a reminder to our team here, one of the things that we talked about was trying to keep making regular investments in these technologies because they do expire, they do get old, they break. And rather than doing one giant purchase every 4 years, every 5 years, by continually upgrading and updating them and greeting these students with their computers when they arrive, we're able to manage that cost over time. So I think the support is very much warranted for this, even though it is a very big number in a tough year.
I do just have one question actually to Dave. Dave, if you don't mind, in terms of the old laptops, what are we doing with those? Are we recycling them? Are we refurbishing them? Do we have to send them back to the company, et cetera, et cetera?
All right, so in regard to older laptops, the ones that are actually in great condition, we use those for loaner devices. So when a student brings a device to us that is not working, we want to make sure that we can provide to the student immediately so that they have something to use in class. So most of the older devices, that's what we do. And in certain cases, depending on how nice the devices are from the middle school, for the past 2 years, we've donated 25. 2 years ago was to Isaac Payne. Last year was to Les or Fogarty. If we do have 25, it's going to go to the other elementary school so that they get something to kind of offset the costs that are happening there. You guys are seeing that number, and that number is astronomical. In the RFP, we had to physically put in that the price that they gave us had to last until next week. Pricing on these computers, because of AI, the chips are all going to AI data centers, and the prices are changing hourly. So that was one of the agreements that we put specifically in the RFP, that price has to stay until next week.
Good thinking.
Perfect. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Dave. Opposed? Abstentions? One more, Dave. Part B.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the recommended proposal by the Technology Department of $50,400 from Riverside Technologies, Inc., RTI, 450 Chromebooks from PMS, as presented in the packet.
Second.
And again, is that from categorical?
Yes.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? 18 is the first reading of artificial intelligence, the AI policy. It's insane that we're here with an AI policy.
So Dave is going to give a little bit of a description of the process we followed. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we are required to have one through Rhode Island Department of Education starting next school year. So team started early. Actually, we started with some professional development last year, continued this year, but we had a team that went through the RIDE trainings to follow the guidance. So, were you gonna go over there and get your laptop and I stopped you?
I was gonna get my paperwork.
Oh, go get your paper. I'm
Thank you.
sorry, Dave. How'd you know? Because he was gone. I was like, no, it's Dave. Sorry.
No, how did you know that's where he was going?
Because he
back
was
on?
looking.
Oh.
He was antsy.
So thank you for your time today. I just wanted to go over what the process was in creating this policy that you guys now have in front of you. So in October of 25, RIDE came out with guidance on artificial intelligence, on what we should be doing as school districts and how we should be controlling or policing the way that we're going to be allowing students and staff to have access to this program. The document that they gave us was over 50 pages of gobbledygook, to make it easy to say. So in January, they had a AI conference that a team of us from the middle school and high school went to get an understanding of what RIDE is actually looking for, what these 50 pages mean to them. And what they did is they created a chatbot that helped every district that went to these two trainings to come up with the proper policies for the schools based off of that 52-page document. So we, as a team, used their chatbot, made a Foster-Glocester AI policy. We then took it a couple of steps further, because you guys know me, I'm a tech guy, and Reese, and we like to figure out other things. So we went and looked at two other school districts very local to us. We looked at North Providence and Lincoln. And the reason for that is because the superintendent in North Providence is also on the school committee in Lincoln, and we appreciate the fact that he sees both worlds. So we wanted to look at what their policies were. So we designed our own chatbot, and we made a chatbot that used North Providence, used Lincoln, used the RIDE chatbot, and came out with another policy. And we wanted to see how that looked. Then during the training, we decided, let's look at all of our technology policies that we have. We have 5. And we took all 5 of those policies, compiled them, and created another system on top of that. So it took everything that we did from step 1, everything we did from step 2, and it took our tone, Foster-Gloucester's tone, the way that we write our policies, and we put that into the system and came up with what you have in front of you. Now, what we also did is we added something onto this. And the last page is what we want to kind of look at a little bit, and that's called the AI Acceptable Use Scale, okay? So this scale is what we can use for protections for our staff, because that's the whole purpose of an AI policy is we need to protect the people in this building. Because if we're going to tell a student, you do not have the ability to use AI, we have to tell them why and ahead of time, because we can't just assume the students know, oh, I can't use it. So we have to be transparent, we have to be upfront. So we came up with this use scale. 0 meaning no, 4 meaning yes. And it depends on how the departments themselves want to handle this. So we're gonna leave it up to the departments to say what 0 means in their department, what 4 means in their department, what 1, what 2, what 3 means. So by doing this, the students are aware this is the scale that the math department uses. This is the scale that the world language department uses. It'll be in the syllabus at the beginning of the school year. When an assignment goes out to a student, that assignment is going to say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 for the AI use. So now if there is a 0 on there and they're able to prove out, yes, this was actually used in AI, it had an M dash in it. You know, we can, the student can be held accountable now for what they proved out. So like I said, we put that in front of you. And another thing, like I say, the importance about this is we need to protect our staff, okay? The second thing is we need to protect everybody else too. So you'll see these letters PII, and that's the personally identifiable information. And that is anybody's name or info. And in this policy, it states we are not to put anybody's names into the programming. And that's something that we wanted to make sure that that was clear because we don't want personally identifiable information out there. If anybody has any questions, I know it's kind of brief, but I wanted to get this out in front of you so that we could have something moving, because we would like to make sure that this is implemented by August for the start of the school year.
I do have just one thing, like, this does, and again, I'm just making a quick little joke, but I don't see anything in here about students not creating, like Skynet, Ultron, or anything like that. Can we make sure that no one decides to,
I
make
think
Skynet, have Terminator stuff?
There are, like, restrictions on it, especially what we're allowing students to use right now is Gemini, which is
Okay.
Google-based. And Google actually promises us that if someone inadvertently puts in Pi, it's not gonna go out.
Okay.
So we do allow it, but, like, the crazy stuff that's on there, there are a lot of safeguards around it.
Okay.
There's ways to get around that, but again, that's why we have our classroom management tools. We have our programs that allow us to see histories and stuff like that that the students do.
Perfect.
So, Dave, don't we? Yeah, I think we have to approve. Yeah. Well, one thing I had a question for you. One of the things that I learned while doing field reconnaissance work in the fall, i.e. parent-teacher conferences, was that our teachers were looking for a little bit of support on how to basically monitor and properly ensure that the students were using AI properly. And probably they need some guidance. I mean, I do. I'm sure most folks do, on how to use AI in their own worlds most effectively. Could we just circulate this far and wide so people can read it and react to it as a first reading before it becomes a second reading and full policy, so we can get their feedback on it too? Teachers, the student body, just the school community, just to make sure that we're not missing anything, because it is a little different, and we want to make sure that if we're asking someone to do something, that they understand what we're asking them to do, but also if they need support in specific ways, that we're addressing it here. I know a lot of it was like how to monitor AI the kids are using, like they're writing the reports and whatnot. And I know you have some tricks how you can identify it, but pretty soon AI is going to be one up you on that. So, yeah, that's my request.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the artificial intelligence AI policy as a first reading.
Hi, it's me again. Wow. So I'm in technology, and I love that you're doing this. I love AI. I was really concerned to learn that my 6th grader had Gemini on his school computer before a policy was in place, before we trained students on how to use it, before we trained teachers on how to use it. I mean, this is great, but this needs to go out. And we need to start talking about it far and wide. My son loves Gemini, and I didn't even know he had it for months. And then I started looking at some of the things he was creating, and I was like, wow, this is incredible. How did you do this? So I had to have a long conversation with him. And I'm sure there are other kids who are using this bot, this Gemini that you've given them already as their friend, right, for advice. I had my other daughter started asking like mental health advice. So this isn't just about them using it for reports and for schoolwork. This is about their mental health, and we need to address it really quickly because you just put it in their hands, okay? And I'm all for it. I'll be on a committee. Like, let's go. AI's here, but this is dangerous stuff if we don't get in front of it. Thanks.
Aye.
Aye. I just want to add, like, the disciplinary action piece. Like, is that spelled out in the disciplinary action policy? Like, is there a section on AI in that? Because it speaks to disciplinary action consistent with district policy. There will be lots of questions about that, especially if you're having to put disciplinary action on someone in their assignments as a result of this. Right. Right.
What Brendan said and Ms. Spaziano said. you know, even a communication plan to parents of this is the policy, this is the expectation, this is what it
Yeah.
looks like, what is Gemini? Some people might not know what that
Because-
is. And our teachers have had, all of your PD days this year were geared, they were focused on AI, and it was our tech team, and our instructional technology coordinators who facilitated that. So the great thing is we have the experts within who were teaching teachers how to do it, and some of those questions hopefully were answered well after the parent conference. But I appreciate what you're saying, and it sounds like the next layer, or the immediate layer too, is what is it, even a plan for parents, because the kids know it way better than we do. Yeah.
100%. Because just going off of what Ms. Spaziano said, I definitely agree, because sometimes it could be that, you know, friend that, you know, might not have, and they could start, you know, in creating that, and that can also be that dangerous type of connection, because now they're more connected. We hear that nowadays, like they're more connected to the machine itself, even though we currently already are with our cell phones as it is, but now it's more in depth, that now you're like, for life advice, relationship advice, everything else under the sun, all through AI.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, so I can provide a quick update, and I think some of the other members of the committee can probably supplement it a little bit. The team met last week. I was unable to attend, but I followed up with the vendor that we were discussing the oil tank replacement project with. I think we're going to go back to them and ask them to just do a little bit of research on what an above-ground option might look like. I know it's taking a long time for us to move this project forward, but we want to make sure that we're dotting all of the I's and crossing all of the T's before we make a major expense. In speaking with the vendor, he mentioned that there are some options for temporary tanks and other things that could be done if we needed something in place to bridge the gap between where we are currently and then the final built condition. I think we need to talk as a subcommittee. We have a meeting within the month. We will present at the June meeting a proposal for it should be a very quick design so that this committee can vote on a direction forward. The byproduct of that will be the location and conceptual cost of an above-ground tank versus the perceived cost, the approximate cost of a below-ground tank and remediation work. The folks who were there, do you want to add anything to that?
No, just to go off of that, because I definitely think after going to that meeting and hearing from the experts, you know, there is that option of, I forget the, you know, legal jargon, but there was the options type of where might not, you know, a 10% scope or a 20% scope, that just even to be able to find, say, you know, to find the location of, say, an above ground, what is that looking like? And again, it might be the added expense. However, it might be good because we also don't know, you know, what's going on, say, underneath or whatever like that, even though, you know, we have assurances from DEM and other things like, you know, no contamination, et cetera. But I think it's also good just to have all options on the table. So I think that's going to be very, very important to bring forward at our next capital project subcommittee meeting, in my opinion.
What? Yeah, go ahead.
Mostly you talked about the scope of both, you know, if we did the in-ground out, and they would spell it out for us so we could make a better informed decision.
Yeah.
So it sounded like the perfect thing to do.
And just candidly, I know some of these projects are very frustrating for the community at large. Like if I'm building at home or doing something at home, things go a lot faster. I totally get it. The bureaucracy of government sometimes takes a little longer. And I would say that the decision that we're talking about here is the hard one. We could make a motion just to go forward with what we were doing without doing this little piece of investigation, but it would be at the risk of possibly spending more money than we should on a project and maybe not getting what we want. So we just want to make 100% certain that we're doing the right thing for the community and long-term for the school. So we hear that people are frustrated with how long these projects take. I wish they would go faster, and anytime we can accelerate, we will and should. But please be patient with us.
Yeah, I attended that meeting, and the two gentlemen, one important fact they brought up was if you're gonna put another underground tank in, there's a 6 to 7 month waiting period before you get it. Because these things, they don't build them until you tell them you want one, and then they start building it. So it's 6 to 7 months.
So I can speak to this. I agree with mostly with what you just said. The lead times that he told me today were 16 weeks to 24 weeks for, depending on what they do for the below ground tank. So that 6 month is the high end of what they gave.
Yeah, okay.
And he did offer that temporary tank solution if we really needed to. Again, not ideal, but just for what it's worth.
Who did you speak to?
I can give you his name. It was Steve forwarded the names of I think the two gentlemen who were at the meeting with you.
All right.
Yeah, just, I'm kind of being a hypocrite here, aren't I? I talked to someone and I got all this information and I'm just going to share it and you got to trust me. No, I apologize for that. He did send me an email. I can share it with but it was like 5. So you got me. Yeah, it was definitely Tom, but that's yeah, it was Tom Hebner.
Now,
Yeah,
are those the two people who gave us the price on the underground tank?
I sure hope so. Otherwise, I talked to some total strangers. Walt.
Now, do they do the actual work or do they sub it all out?
I don't know. I don't know.
And
We can find out.
They do some.
well, that's what.
That can be different, though. I think what Walt's asking is, are they the contractor, or are they sort of like the
That's
GC,
what
or are they
Steve-
doing the work?
Steve wanted that.
So the byproduct of what we're suggesting, Walt, were it to be approved by the subcommittee, would be kind of a blessing of approach, and then there'd be another conversation if we go out to bid, an open bid for whatever it were, or if we continue with the turnkey approach. So it's sort of a two-pronged.
Yeah,
Sorry.
well, I would hope we would go out to bid and get the best price, There's a couple other things. They did mention that if we can get approval of the DEM to site this above-ground tank, it would be cheaper than an underground tank. And they also said there's 2 options with the underground tank. You can, even if you go, it's got to, if you're not going to use it, then there's an option of leaving it in place. And that details certain things that you have to do. And if you're going to have to take it out of the ground, then we don't know how much it's going to cost us. Because that tank, they're going to do testing of the ground. And if you're going to take the tank out, you're going to have to take the tank out, and then you're going to have to test the ground. And all this time, you're going to have to be pumping the water out that comes in, because we got a high water table here. And that water you just can't pump into the wetlands. You have to treat that water or do something with it. So it's, this new tank is probably going to be the leaser of the problem. Getting rid of the old tank or doing something with it is, you're not going to ever get a good price on it until you start digging it up.
They,
So,
both, no matter what, whether we left it in there or not, they had to.
They have to do testing. Yeah.
But they would
Excuse me,
still have
but
to
if they don't
test it.
test the soil, if we leave it in, they just do a cap and seal.
They
That's
do have to test.
the soil, because that's not,
Yes.
we didn't do it in Foster. We didn't test the soil in Foster. We just did a cap and seal and a DEM closure. That's what I'm saying. So that's
But
why I'm
they're-
taking, do they test the soil? I want to talk to them first, Beth, because we didn't in Foster. We had an underground take in Foster. We just did this last year. So we did not
I'm
have
just
test the soil.
telling the 2 experts that do it all the time said.
We can circle back. I don't remember if.
Yes, I want
I know we
information
didn't
on
do
that.
any
So
remediation
before
work on
we,
stuff.
when we have the discussion, if we could please get more information on that, Brendan, if you don't mind, please, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Those 2 gentlemen were very knowledgeable, and they gave us a lot of information about the tanks,
Because the DEM closure is just a cap and seal. You drain it, that's what we did.
Yeah, you have to drain it, but then once you drain it, you have to clean it.
Yes.
And then you do have to drill holes into the ground below it to see if there is any contamination.
Yes, I don't know.
Yes.
We'd have to circle back with our facilities manager to see what the full process was in Foster, but that's the approach that was taken to abandon the
Because,
tank there.
Yeah, they
Gary was
explained-
at the meeting, so.
Yeah, no, I think what you're
If I'm giving wrong information.
No, that's fine. No,
Well-
I would just take it back. I know we had to test the soil well. That's why I was like, I think we need to know that.
To be
as a
clear,
committee.
I think what you're suggesting is the correct approach. I just can't say for certainty how it went in Foster with regards to that.
If it was different.
There was really no decision made. I guess,
Yep.
you know, you guys were gonna find out about it tonight.
Perfect.
No decision
Thank you.
has been made.
And go out to bid, I hope to.
And, you know,
Okay, so
kinda
that's not,
wanted to get
that's
that
not.
tank done before they put the boilers, started the new boilers up, so, but I don't know, it doesn't look like that's gonna happen.
Nope.
Yeah, I think it's gonna come out of facilities budget. We'll have to do a budget adjustment. No.
So I make a motion to approve the replacement of the flooring in the technology offices as presented in the packet.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Subcommittee structure.
I'm sorry, can we just make a note in there that this was an emergency situation due to water in the room? We can make that note in the minutes, Kyle? I appreciate that. Thank you for the update, Gary. Thank you.
Subcommittee structure and calendar, Amy?
So I think I'm going to table this just in the interest of time, and also I'm going to bring just like a couple of examples, just for people to have a visual
So we'll put it-
for the conversation.
We'll put it on from
Because it's
June.
not something that's going to probably happen right now anyway, and I think just as far as priorities go, as long as it's on the next meeting.
June?
Yeah.
Kyle? Update on the fiscal strategy and advocacy working group?
So, I guess, so I was just going to present that we had a meeting on the 30th, and that, you know, we had rescheduled the next meeting for the 19th, the Tuesday at 6 p.m. here. I shared that in the Gloucester meeting as well. The only thought I had about the region versus Gloucester is that Gloucester is kind of faced with some different issues that I think maybe might need to be the focus of our conversation in this meeting. Not to exclude the region or anyone from Foster from the conversation. It will still be put out there to whoever would like to attend, but given the fact that there's all these other meetings that are a little more important, you know, I don't know if that makes, if people think that it should be more of a Gloucester focus for now. I just wanted to get some feedback from people.
Do you want more Gloucester focused?
If anyone has feedback.
Want her opinion?
Yeah, I feel like,
Yeah.
yeah, I would say Gloucester focus. I feel like the issues
Yeah,
are there.
right. So I think we'll just keep it focused. Again, I'm going to put it out there, and anyone who would like to attend can attend. Not to say that we won't have another one, you know, and then include everyone, but just to stay focused.
Can I say one thing?
And Amy, you did a great job at the last, at your kickoff meeting. You did a great job. So, good job.
Would we be able to get like a summary of what some of the findings were? I think that would be awesome.
Yes.
If we're not able
So
to
the
attend.
first meeting was very small, and it
I'm
was just.
sorry, I mean, you can tell them us now.
Yeah.
Or like even afterwards, just like write it up. And
No, absolutely. It's kind of like a evolving thing. So it's kind of like even just this conversation of trying to keep it focused. You know, the goal is to have some type of agenda. I didn't really have much time to put it out before the last one, but it was really more just to kind of establish like a, you know,
what
an
it is.
order of things, and you know the purpose and why people are there, and that sort of thing. But yeah, I have some extras. I can give them to you.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
even from the standpoint of the Foster School Committee, if there's suggestions that you feel would be of use and you're the group feels would be of use in Gloucester, at
Right.
least to discuss.
And not to
consider.
say that there wouldn't be something meaningful, you know, I just feel like in the interest of like all these other meetings,
100%.
it might make sense to.
Just share it with us, and we're
Right.
happy to take a look at it as well.
Sure. Thank you.
You?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to convene to executive session to discuss and or vote on the following matters.
Madam Chair, I thought we were gonna,
Sorry?
readdress.
Yeah, we have to go back to one item.
Oh, sorry.
We're just gonna go back to the budget item quickly to reiterate. Go ahead.
Just at the very end of the discussion, a couple of things came up that I wasn't aware of, and it just kind of was a bit of a surprise to me, so I asked Ann. Neither town has notified Ann through the finance office that they do not intend to honor the bills that she sent, that they're going to be withholding a certain amount of money. I think that's not an appropriate thing for them to do. We shouldn't be learning about it from Amy and Brendan. So I'm going to suggest to Ann, and I just wanted the committee to be aware of this, that Ann's going to follow up with the two towns and ask them if they intend to honor the bills that we sent, and if not, why not? Because if they don't, we'll have to come here, and you're going to have to go to Superior Court to enforce an injunction to force them to pay you. So I was a little perplexed, because the last conversation I had with Renee, she said that she had talked to Kelly Russ at Foster, and Kelly said that she thought they were going to pay it in full. And so this is coming as a...
She said she understood that wasn't part of,
Yeah.
of debt.
So this is all coming as a bit of a surprise to me, that there's some reserve that they're keeping.
I think-
And that they didn't notify through official channels, through our treasurer, our business manager, that they did not make formal notice of that.
I would say in moments like this, you're hearing a committee that has uncertainty how to handle these things. As such, you have towns that likely have some uncertainty on how to handle some of these financial things. So they did the prudent thing and set it aside until we figure out what we're actually asking of them. And then I think it's a little bit on us to reach out to them as teammates. We're all part of the same community, letting them know this is what we're thinking of doing, this is our interpretation. What do you think? Rather than all of a sudden going right to court, you know, or even floating the idea of court. We have to have a conversation. We have to have reasonable minds. Those town councils, they need to meet probably and discuss on their own time, like, oh, this is what they're doing. And the beautiful system that is government will grind on. But before we even talk about court, let's talk to them as people, as professionals, and then figure out where we go from there.
And then wouldn't that be a conversation for the entire committee if we do go to Supreme Court? Would it not be?
Yes.
First of all, it's not Supreme Court, it's Superior
Well,
Court.
Superior, you said,
But
okay.
what I'm suggesting is, we talked about they're keeping open and official communications. If the towns did what they did, it's their obligation to notify Ann, our business office, that they do not intend to honor the bill that she sent, and to give the reasons why. It's not, the obligation is not on us. Now, if they come back and say, we're going to withhold because we think you had a decline in non-recurring expenses, or we think there's a decline in enrollment that we can go on a per pupil basis, the statute says the community must make that determination. They have to then notify us of that information. It's not our obligation to notify them, and so they need to open that communication with us. I'm confused. I mean, now, if they come back and say, this is the reason why we're holding it, yes, then the committee can make a determination. But we shouldn't be getting it from two separate school committee
Well, we were
members
in the
without
meeting.
a-
Yeah.
They didn't send an official
The
notice.
town of Foster had a meeting
okay.
on Tuesday night that ended at 10 p.m. So I'm guessing they've been quite busy and probably aren't even aware that we're waiting up here for this information. So if we're waiting for information, let's just call them, reach out to them. What's
That's why
harm?
I said that,
Yeah,
Ann
we'll
will be
send
reaching
an
out.
email.
Yeah.
But they do know what is being asked because the bill included the whole amount.
And I think there's no confusion. I think there is confusion because there was a financial there was a financial meeting. There was a vote, and there was democracy in action, like Mr. Chippendale said. The reality is, yes, we're disputing the motion and the meaning behind the motion, or
The legality of the motion.
legality of the motion, but whatever. There was a motion, there was a dollar amount. The taxpayers in the audience voted on that dollar amount. And so there is no reason why they wouldn't honor that, in my opinion. So why, I think they were taken back and taken by surprise when they received that letter. Because they received, there was voters that were present, that voted, and the voters spoke.
Okay.
I would also like to say, and again, don't know what was going on in Gloucester's mind, and, you know, I am defending the Gloucester Town Council for this time because it could also be the fact that we haven't voted on our budget yet in Gloucester. Again, our town referendum vote is not until May 12th. We don't have the financial town meeting anymore. Or I forget when our when our town referendum all-day vote is. So that could have also been another reason why they didn't, because if that vote fails, they have to go back to the drawing board or whatever. Again, I'm just putting that out there, and that's just my other opinion, so.
I'm also, I want to second kind of the sentiment from Brendan, just that we have been in a contentious communications, and it's not serving anyone in this community. It's not serving our kids right now. It's not serving any taxpayer. We absolutely should be having a dialogue and a conversation, and if we have a certain expectation that they are to send us a document or written communication spelling something out or sharing their intention, then we should communicate that if that's what we have as an expectation. I think overall, we had this working group and we had the conversation about people needing to communicate better and needing to clear up misunderstandings, and, we're all in this together. I know it's frustrating, but financially, it is all the same pot of money. So I'm entitled to my opinion, so
I feel like maybe I was misunderstood. So let me clarify.
Thank you.
What I wanted to make clear to the committee, so that you were informed, was I had a conversation with Ann after this discussion, because this all came as news to me. And I asked Ann if she had been communicated by either town that they do not intend to honor the bill she sent. She said she had not been communicated with. So my suggestion to Ann is that she is going to follow up, not with a threat. I never said that. I said she's going to follow up and inquire of them, do they intend to honor it? If they don't, why they don't. And then that will be brought back to you as a committee.
So
I never said that she's going to send a letter that threatens litigation. So please don't put words in my mouth. I was just trying to make it clear to keep the open lines of communications with this committee of what we are.
Why are you
what Ann is
yelling?
doing.
Yeah.
Like,
No, I don't think
no one
anyone's,
said
no,
any
I
of
don't,
these
you
words.
just cleared it up, so you can clear it up. That's fine.
Okay, can I make a motion to go into executive session
Second.
to discuss and no vote on the following matters? You can do this.
Okay, so, per Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A, number 2, collective bargaining, grievance number ESP 03-2526, level 3, performing duties outside of job classification and not being compensated, update on negotiations, ESP, non-cert, and NEARI teacher. Per Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A, legal advice and pending litigation, update on potential litigation regarding alleged teacher misconduct. D. DeLuca v. Town of Situate, Foster-Glocester Regional School District, Town of Foster, Town of Gloucester, Northwest Special Ed, and Employees Retirement System of Rhode Island.
At 10:04 p.m.
Second.
No, oh, you're the first, you're the second?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
You do that part.
Really?
All right, return to public. There is no public.
Yeah, but I have to,
I know.
I make a motion to reconvene to
can you give me a time?
Yeah, 11:03.
Are we ready to go, Dave? 11:03, we're returning to executive session. I have a first and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
What'd I say? Executive open session.
One vote was taken.
One vote was taken in executive session. It was unanimous to deny the grievance.
Okay.
I make a motion to seal the minutes of executive session.
Yep.
Second.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Public comment? Oh, no?